Boogie and Cowboys Nikki. Stars talking Cowboys. Let's go! Yo, here we go again. Back up on the scene. Stars talking Cowboys. You know what I mean. The podcast repping everything with silver and blue. Keeping it real, that's what they do. Let me tell you about the crew. Sean Fox spitting facts. K Boogie's giving game. Nikki's got the stats, so of course she covers everything. It's showtime, so let's get to the biz. And that Stars talking Cowboys. Yeah, you know what time it is. Yo, welcome back to another podcast episode of Stars Talking Cowboys. Starring Sean Fox, K Boogie, and Cowboys Nikki is in the building.
You gonna dig this. Let's go.
What's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome to another edition of Stars Talking Cowboys. I am your host, Sean Fox, and we will have our other co-host that will be on in just a minute. What's up, Brian? Man, what can we say right now? I mean, I am still in total disbelief. I mean, I've been disappointed at some of our losses. What's up, Kelly? I've been disappointed at some of our losses that we've had, but I've never been this shocked. I've never been this shocked. But there is some breaking news that just came out not too long ago. And I'm waiting on my other host to get here to tell you this breaking news. But I'm still in shock. I never thought that we would get our ass whooped the way we did. I can't believe it. And the reason why I can say I can't believe it is that we played so well at home. Granted, we had the games against Seattle and Detroit. Granted that we had the game against Detroit and Seattle, but we found a way to come back and win. Yeah, that's the breaking news that I was talking about, Brian, that he's going to return. Mike McCarthy is going to return for the 2024 season. So with that being said, if Mike McCarthy is returning for the 2024 season, for you Dak haters out there, Dak will be back 2024, which we kind of knew that anyway. But until my other co-hosts could come aboard, tell me your thoughts of not only just being disappointed. What were your thoughts of the game? Because I saw a team that wasn't inspired to play. I didn't see not one player on our team that seemed like they were just ready to show up. What's up, K Boogie?
My brother, what's going on, bro? How's everybody? How's everybody this evening? Sorry I'm a little late.
Yeah, I don't think nobody's doing too well right now.
Nah, listen, trust me. I understand, brother. Another year disappointment. I get it. I know. This is gonna be like a therapy session for everybody. This is how it goes, man. I mean, hey, like I said, we played uninspired ball. I guess they thought they were just gonna, show up and Green Bay was gonna lay down and let the Cowboys walk all over them. I don't know. Like I told you last week, if we couldn't stop their running game, their play action pass game, because they have some speed wide receivers. My worst nightmare, was realized when they started to play, and I'm like, oh no, this is not good. This is not good, brother. It's not good, because I was watching with my friends and I was just calling out some of the Green Bay plays, and they were like, yo, how you know their plays? I said, because I I watched a couple of their games, and I know our tendencies. It was like watching the Cardinals, Bills, 49er game wrapped up into one. So I was like, oh, this can't be real right now. So trust me, man. I get you. I know how everybody's feeling. I understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where we move on from here. I just read somewhere where McCarthy's going to be, coming back for another year. And so hopefully, we change up something on defense. I don't know, bro. I know everybody's looking for answers. We all looking for answers. I mean, our running game non-existent. Our defense couldn't stop a nosebleed, and there were no adjustments at all by Dan Quinn. I don't know. Like I said, it was like I was watching the 49ers, the Bills game, the Cardinals game all over again. I'm like, you see what's going on? You have 6 defensive backs on the field for 48 snaps out of 54. Something's not right. I was like, are you serious? I don't know, man. We got a lot to talk about tonight, I guess. And this is gonna be a therapy session, like I said, for everybody, man. Trust me. Everybody's hurting, everybody's disappointed. Michael Irvin, you see Michael Irvin's like, get rid of everybody, but you can't do that. Because of the salary cap, you can't do it. We gotta tweak it. We gotta do some things. I don't know. We all searching for answers right now. Everybody. And I see it. Quinn has to go, plain and simple. It's like, yo, Quinn has to go.
Somebody just made a comment earlier that we can't get by Green Bay and San Francisco. And that is true. Green Bay has beat us 10 out of the last 11 times that we have played them.
Yeah.
And so that is that's something. And obviously, our San Francisco, we've beaten them in the regular season. We just haven't beaten them in the playoffs. Ms. D, we'll get into the DAC and what I thought about the offense just a little later. I want to wait to the rest of our.
I got some on that too, because
I want to wait to the rest of our hosts get on here. But I can be upset I can accept the loss, but I just can't accept how we lost.
Yeah.
So I'm on a TikTok here, and GG DC for us said if we had a running back, it would have opened up the lanes for passing.
She right. They play 2 high safeties 80% of the time. And the only way you really beat that is with a running game and some outs. But, we said this before. Not having a running game came back to bite us right now. They play the San Francisco defense. 2 high safeties 80% of the time. Do you know they usually play that 33% of the time and the rest is man? That's why we couldn't do anything.
So, for those who know football, you're right. They rushed 4. They dropped 7 in the coverage. And pretty much the 7 that they dropped in the coverage dropped about 7 to 9 yards back. All they're doing is reading and reacting.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they're doing. And I read I watched one of the interviews from one of the DBs that played for the Packers. And the one thing that he said when they asked him about his pick, he said, we practice against that, those very plays. So it was an easy read for him. A very easy read. What's up, G?
What's up? How y'all doing?
Mr. Adams.
What's going on, Mr. Adams, Mr. Fox?
Hey, listen, my brother, we here. This is our therapy session tonight, y'all. This is our therapy session tonight, brother. Come sit on the couch.
Gonna say, right?
We already know what you're going to
do. I call this week 4. I call this Tabasco week 4. I knew this how our season is going to end it. If you don't believe me, I got receipts. K-Dog got receipts. Fox got receipts. I told y'all, this team in the beginning of the year wasn't built to win. We was built to say, we was built to say, what's what I'm looking for?
Competitive?
Not even competitive, but just relevant.
I'm gonna tell you what we were built for.
We're built to stay relevant.
No, we were built for TV.
Yeah.
We were built for ratings.
To stay relevant.
That's what we were built for.
This team wasn't built in the beginning, wasn't built to win a Super Bowl. Because the free agent,
I kind of sort of disagree with that, but I'll let you finish your.
The free agent moves that we went out and took, Jerry took the cheap route. We got the B list. We got the bottom B list tier players in the free agency market. He didn't want to make a splash. Jerry is the kind of owner is, I'm going to pick you for you to be my superstar. I'm not going to bring you in to take place over my superstar, if that makes sense. So Jerry's not going to get nobody as good as CeeDee Lamb or better than CeeDee Lamb. He's going to get somebody who is underneath CeeDee Lamb, but good enough to talk about. He doesn't bring in competition in any positions. So this team wasn't built to win a championship, because if it was, he would have done something with the running game before the free agent deadline. He didn't do nothing.
Yeah. So let's go over Kelly's comment here. She says, why do we pick playoffs to run his own defense? That's letting me know that there was more to Gilly's injury to go man, and they had no trust in Nashawn Wright. Now Gilly has a labor and tear and is scheduled to have surgery. Gilly was horrible in that game. He was horrible, and you're right, Kelly. He had to be more injured than what he was putting on, what the Cowboys said. He was out there as I don't want to say decoy, but I guess they thought that because he was out there that the Packers weren't going to jump on him. But once they got their first playoff against him, they just kept going and kept going and kept going. And we made zero adjustments.
Barbecue chicken.
But don't forget that Gilly is older now, so he's not as elusive and quick like he used to, and they know that. But like I said, this is like watching the 49er game, the Bills game all over again, because Gilly, the first time when we played the Cardinals did the same thing. The Cardinals did the same thing because they know that Gilly's not as fast as he used to be. And so that's why I said last week, if we don't stop their running game, they play action pass, and their wide receivers are speedy. They have wide receivers that run 4-3, 4-3, 4-4, and 4-4. And I'm saying to myself, okay, if we don't stop the running game, I know exactly what's going to happen. And Gilly's not the fastest, plus he's dealing with a shoulder injury. So I'm saying to myself, okay, this may not be a good matchup for us. And what happened? The outer routes, those routes was killing us because we playing underneath, and then they would make a head move and break to the left or break to the right. I'm like, oh my God, this is not looking good.
Even with that, K Boogie, that tight end was running wide open. It wasn't just a receiver.
Everybody was running wide open.
It was the tight ends that was running.
Okay,
wide
open. You get a pass. You get a pass.
Let me ask you a question.
Crazy.
Why did we run so much zone when we played so much man?
Because they were scared of their speed.
Okay. The counteract speed, don't you put pressure on the quarterback?
The only one that was putting pressure on the quarterback was basically Parsons. He was getting double teamed, and then when we blitzed, you saw what happened.
I just at some point the coaches take the blame, but to me, the coaches don't make a tackle, they don't make a play. You gotta have some type of girt about yourself in life. And this is why I say about Cowboys and Cowboy fans. We don't have girt in our life. Like, we don't want to get dirty. We want it easy. If you look the way Dak plays, his best game is when everybody's healthy. So when Cam Newton made that comment that had all of y'all up in an uproar, he was right. He was right about all three quarterbacks. Look at what they did in the playoffs. Look what all of them did in the playoffs.
Except one.
Look what Bao Taluga did for Miami. Look what Dak did for us. Look what Jalen Hurts did.
But I'm going to ask you a question, though. What other player on the Cowboys team showed up besides Dak?
No. I'm sorry.
Jake from State Farm did.
The only person I think that showed up, and it showed up in the run game, was D-Law.
What? Jake showed up.
D-Law had more plays on defense than Parsons, than Bland, than anybody else. Shit, he's the one who made the tackle against the run. No other defensive lineman made a tackle against the run but D-Law.
So, in essence, out of 53 guys, we're saying that two people showed up. Out of 53 guys.
But that's not the coaches. That's the players.
I have to somewhat disagree with that.
Man, the players have to. Okay, fine.
Because it's like this. I get what you're saying, but like we said, Dan Quinn pretty much called zone defense all game, right? The players can't play nothing different than what he called.
That's true too. But you also have to come ready to play. Like the energy level was down. Just the whole aura was down the whole day. From the first play of the game, they took the ball and made it look simple.
It was horrible.
And we didn't do nothing on offense to make us gather a rhythm within the first drive. He didn't have no rhythm plays. We didn't come out with no rhythm. We come out doing things. Okay, it's the coach's fault because they came out doing things that they normally didn't do. But the players still got to make plays regardless.
And I 100% agree with that. Your kicker.
So it's a 50-50. But to see Jerry Jones crying on TV, that made my that made my day. That was the happiest day of my life to see him crying on TV because his old ass needs to cry. He needs to stop being cheap. He needs to pay Dak his money this year, the little $55-60 million, and send his ass on to Miami and try it again with somebody else. This is the best you will get of Dak Prescott in your life. And he was almost an NFL MVP, but he is not an MVP caliber quarterback. He's somebody just gonna lead your team.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about that. So what could Dak have done differently to impact that game then? I'm just saying because CD in the first quarter, him and CD weren't on the same page.
They all were off.
He should have. There's a couple balls that CD should have had. No disrespect, but I'm just saying
that should have thrown a little bit better. But they both was off. I agree. But
I've seen wide receivers make those catches all the time.
This is the best you will get of Dak. This season right here, there's no more upscale to Dak. He has plateaued. He has plateaued to the best Dak you will ever see in your life.
So
and this is not Super Bowl caliber Dak. We will not win a Super Bowl with him. We will not go to an NFC championship with him unless you give him a perfect running game, a perfect offensive line, a perfect secondary, a perfect defense.
So let's just speak about the offense. Let's just go back to the offense. Who carried the offense? Did the passing game carry the offense this year, or did the running game?
The passing game will always carry our offense. We don't have a running back. When's the last time we had a running back?
So my next question to that is, I hear, and I'm not saying this to you particularly, G. I'm just speaking in general to everybody that was hollering, "Here we go," and wearing the T-shirts and claiming that our quarterback was the MVP of the league for 16 games up to week 17 of the season. Now all of a sudden, because we had the game that we had in the playoffs, now Dak, as Shady says, is ass. I can't correlate the two. You see what I'm saying?
I've always said he was balling.
And you stuck to that. I never over this whole season, even when Dak was doing good, and I respect you for your opinion. You didn't waver from how you felt about that.
He never does.
and I 100% respect you for that. That's why I said I'm not speaking to you when I make this next statement. I'm speaking about all those people that I see buy Here We Go t-shirts and play the Here We Go song and everything that I've seen them do. Now all of a sudden they want that gone. Those are the people that I cannot deal with as football fans, because in my opinion, those are fair weather fans.
I agree. Because if Dak would have won Sunday, they would have been like, "Oh, Dak is we there. Here we go. That's all you would have saw on Facebook. You know what I mean? I put it like this, Sean. All right, Sean. Put it like this.
Ahead.
I had a lady drive an hour and 7 minutes to my apartment just to watch us lose.
Oh wow!
An hour and y'all didn't hear me.
Hold on, though. Wait.
67 minutes.
Wait. We just talked about a 2 high safeties, right? 80% of the time. The way you beat them is through a running game. So, and then not only that, all wide receivers did not get any separation. Why? Because of the routes they was running was to beat man, not zone. That's why when they put in the adjustments, they played better in the second half than they did the first half, because some of those route combinations they was running was to beat the man, not zone defense. And that's why the separation was real light. Even the announcers were saying that, though, Jeep. You got to understand, it's not just that. It was the receivers, too. Really, really bad separation on a lot of those particular routes. A lot of them. So what you expect Dak to do?
But then y'all
Can we really
Dak
quick?
had more control.
Really quick here. Can we acknowledge this comment? And this is not a Cowboys fan that made this comment right here. The players execute nothing but what's called. Who's making those calls?
But you don't have. I thought Dak had more control of the offense this year, so he can make more audibles, more adjustments. And you don't. To me, I didn't see that. I didn't see him checking out of a lot of plays. I saw him just going what was ran, which was the coach's fault. Yes, indeed. But for a quarterback in his 9th year, 8th, 9th, I don't know, one too many, 8 too many for us. He didn't make no adjustments. He looked like he was the first time quarterback in the playoffs, and Jordan Love looked like he was the 8-time veteran in the playoffs. And this is what I say, like Dak has made improvements to where he's a top 10, 15 quarterback, all in your opinion, but he's not making that jump to where he's going to be elite.
Well, shouldn't your coaches help you, though? Shouldn't your coaching help you?
Mike McCarthy helped him. This year is his best year ever. This was his best year ever. I mean, this year was better than his rookie year to me. And his rookie year was great.
This was far his best year.
His best year ever.
But gee, let me ask you a question, though.
Can I put this point in here too? How many times did Jordan Love throw the ball?
What, 21 times?
Okay. He got 3 touchdowns and 21 throws and almost 300 yards, right?
So how big is Aaron Jones?
Not big
Aaron
at all.
Jones, he's not big at all, but you
how
can't
big
have
is Tony
6.
Pollard?
About the same size. A little bit bigger. Apollo's just a little bit bigger than him.
Nah, two different philosophies on defense, though. You got to understand. If Tony Pollard was running against 6 DBs, it'd be a little different, though.
Yeah, but let me go back to my statement. Dak threw the ball 60 times.
Yes, he did.
What quarterback that's going to throw the ball 60 times is not going to make some type of mistake?
But why are you throwing the ball 60 times?
That's coaching there. That's
Because
in the
hold
beginning
on.
of the game, you didn't
Wait,
even
wait,
try
wait.
to run the football.
This Pollard averaged 3.7 yards a carry, dog. Dak was our leading rusher with 45 yards of 7.5 yards a carry. That's one of the problems. If we're not effectively and efficiently running the ball, what you think is going to happen? And
that's
we
why
down.
we were screaming. That's why we were screaming. Anybody, dead body, everybody during the free agent market. Before the free agent deadline, I came on this show. I came on this show and made an avid. Me and KB, I don't know KB real name is. Shout out to KB. I'm with you, brother. But we was in group chats talking about bring on Derrick Henry. No, he's old. No, he's slow.
I wanted James Conner.
Derrick Henry is another lineman with a ball. With our average as offensive line, he would have done better than 3.3 yards a carry. Yes, we might not would have had him for a long time. We would have got him for cheap this year. But he's a star that Jerry don't want him bigger than the brand. That's why you don't make those moves. This is the reason why he doesn't make the moves.
Or what about
he doesn't
Dalvin?
Want nobody bigger than his brand.
Or what about Dalvin Cook when he got released from the Jets?
We weren't going to get him. Yeah, nobody. He wasn't even in our radar book. Like K Boogie said, go get the boy out of Arizona that ran down our throats.
I wanted him. I wanted James Conner because James Conner has an attitude.
We don't go get nobody. Jerry is so high on his horse. This is my team. I put it together, and this is what we're going to stick with. And I'm sorry, for 28 years, the shit doesn't work no more. It doesn't. And I always get crucified for being this type of Cowboy fan, but I'm loyal to a default. I've been a Cowboy fan since Tony Dorsett and the Minnesota Vikings back in 1983. When my dad let us used to watch the first quarter of the game, then send our ass to bed. I was a Cowboy fan then. So I've been a Cowboy fan my whole life. So for us not to be upset and listen to other Cowboy fans say, y'all need to go find another team. No, you need to up your standards for your team. Because this is ridiculous. Every year, y'all get hype. Y'all give little players little nicknames and shit. Y'all get Gilly. Y'all get 40 water. Y'all get 4 dudes.
40 ounce.
Y'all give everybody these little funky ass nicknames, but none of them ever funky produce. Nobody produced. I'm sorry.
USA.
I'm sorry, but they don't produce.
We got to be like, beep, 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 beep.
I'm sorry.
Yo, Susan Lewis made some good comments there. The eye in the sky. You know what I'm saying? But the eye in the sky sometimes their ego gets in the way. You know what I'm saying?
And let me make it another point. She is not a Cowboys fan.
And that's a
She's
beautiful
not
thing.
A Cowboys fan, but she is saying the stuff that I've been saying for a long time. You know, I get that the quarterback is the face of the team. The quarterback is going to get all the praise. He's going to get all the slack. I mean, I get it. I 100% get it. And for those who don't understand that Dak is the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, he is the quarterback of the most recognized franchise in the world. This man comes out and I wish sometimes that he wouldn't come out and always say the right thing. You know, everybody keeps bringing up that clip of Troy Aikman on the sideline back in the 90s, cussing out the players and the coaches for how they were playing. Sometimes I would wish that I would see a Dak Prescott go out there and lose his everlasting mind on the sideline just one time. Just once. But if he did that, then he'd get all kind of backlash from it because he's Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys. So I get, and I tell everybody all the time, you can have your opinion of Dak Prescott. I'm a Cowboys fan who supports the team. I'm not gonna say that I love Dak Prescott, but I'm not gonna say that I don't like him. I support him, but because I feel like that I know football, that I'll say it like this: it's only maybe 3 players, maybe 4 players on this team. We needed to have 4 players on this team to have a great game to succeed, to go on in the playoffs. That was Dak, that was CD, that was Michael Parsons, and somebody in the secondary.
Bland.
I don't care if it was Bland, Gilly, whoever. Somebody in the secondary had to have a good game. And none of them did. 0 of them did. You know, I love Michael Parsons and his passion, but you got to be about it, not talk about it. He talked
too much. He talked
all this stuff about what we're going to do in the playoffs, and what did he produce?
He reminds me of the fan base of the Dallas Cowboys. You know, we have one good game, and your homeboy that be on this show, he be having me dying laughing. Cowboy man or Cowboy fan.
Cowboy Nation. You're talking about Cowboy Nation.
Yeah. He has me dying because he sounds like the players. He sounds like the players. They gonna run the ball. Oh, come on, run the ball against number 57. Nasi and Parsons, we gonna get them. They don't stop nobody. Talking has not. Willie D said it best. Looking hard has never scared nobody. And that's what we do. We look hard, we talk hard, but we don't scare nobody. Nobody fears the Cowboys.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. I think the whole defensive scheme needs to be revamped over again. I keep saying that 4-2-5 is not working against the run, and we've been saying this for the last couple of years. I don't understand.
You don't have a linebacker for.
Yeah, but we will next year, hopefully. But all I'm saying is that we got to do something.
Who we get next year?
I don't know. In the draft, they got some really good linebackers in the draft, and Overshown should be back next year, right? The linebacker from Texas who actually, tore his ACL. But all I'm saying is that if you need to go out and stop the run, a 4-2-5 is not going to do it. It's not going to do it. So I understand Parsons didn't do his thing or whatever, but we running the wrong scheme for him. If you have a great player like Parsons, you need a 3-4. You got to run a 3-4 and let him be the outside backer. I'm telling you, that 4-2-5 is not it.
Yes, Parsons, I think that somebody I saw on Facebook where somebody asked, the question was Parsons overhyped or overrated.
Excuse me, my friend.
I don't think that he's overrated. I think that we don't use him where we need to use him at. He wants to play defensive end because that's who makes the money.
That money.
That's where it is. They make the money on defense. It's the defensive end. So that's where he wants to. But once you get to the playoffs, it's not about where I want to play it. It's about where you should play it or where we need you at. And that's what bothered me about this game. And Jeep, as a former football player, the body language looked horrible once Green Bay came down that field and scored their first touchdown.
I knew it was over. Once they scored the first touchdown, I said, this game is over. My buddy, the girl who drove an hour said, why you say that? I said, look at the whole body language. They came down 12 plays, 75 yards, and made it look easy. The first 2 drives was 12 plays, 75 yards, 10 plays, 84 yards. That was before the 2 interceptions.
Like it took all the energy out when it scored that
That was
touchdown.
before the two. They got the ball and just boom, doom, 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 all down the field. It was like Georgia playing Florida State, kind of sort of.
Oh Lord, it wasn't that bad, was it?
It was that easy. It was that easy. Those first two drives. They did not get into a third and long until the second half of the game.
You know why? Because of coaching. Do you know Dan Quinn has never beat his assistants in the playoffs?
Yes.
Do you know he's
0-6
0-6
at all?
And that's why, because they listen. Dan Quinn doesn't have any adjustments to anything. That's what I'm telling you.
That's why I keep telling y'all, stop recycling these old coaches.
You gotta tell that to Jerry. Don't tell that to
I'm
us.
just saying.
I wish we could do it.
Everybody want to call for Belichick. Everybody want to call for Belichick.
No, I don't want Belichick.
Everybody want to call for this coach. Everybody want to call for that coach. We need Eric B, somebody in there that's going to change the whole culture.
But he's coming back, though. Mike McCarthy's coming back.
And I'm glad. I don't have a problem with Mike.
Defensively, though, we need a new voice.
Well, Dan Quinn's going to get hired by the Seattle Seahawks, and that's fine.
See, I have a problem with Mike.
I'm
gonna tell you why I have a problem with Mike. I have a problem with Mike because you're the head coach. And I'm not saying to hire about Bill Belichick when I say this. So my next statement is not a support for Bill Belichick. My next statement is, do you think that Bill Belichick would have allowed Mike McCarthy to keep running the same freaking scheme after we had two drives that didn't work?
Change it up.
Bill would have been on that headset going off. So I'm not saying that I want Bill Belichick, but I want a head coach that's going to have the balls to say, stop this stuff. Stop it. Stop the bleeding right now. You know, if you know, I'm a supervisor at my job. I'm not going to keep, if I see my team failing, I'm not going to keep allowing them to fail. I'm going to step in at some point and stop the process, or we're going to make adjustments to the process. I'm not going to just let them keep going out there and just keep making bad product or keep making product that I can't use because I'm so arrogant that it's worked in the past, so it's going to keep working now. That's what I saw. When I saw him rolling up his play sheet like this and doing this right here, I knew it was over. A head coach needs to be a head coach. But Nikki was at the game. What was the energy in the stadium, Nikki?
She on mute. Nick.
Hey. Well, energy in the game. Energy in the game was top notch. It was what it was supposed to be. Until we started falling behind. We started seeing some of the things that we were seeing. It was a lot. I mean, energy was there. Sold out stadium. But the wind got taken out of us real fast.
I think I know what happened. We had one game plan against one offense, and they didn't even run that offense. I'm telling you, that's what happened. They probably like, oh my God, what happened? It hit them so fast, they probably didn't know how to react because they were waiting for certain things to happen. They didn't happen. So there was no adjustments being called, and it's like they had this bewildered look on their face, like, what we gonna do? And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, they did not prepare for this, and they didn't prepare for those routes. They're cutting everything underneath, and they're going right over them.
So even with that, Jordan Love threw 21 passes, completed 16 of them. And out of those 16 passes, 8 of them, he wasn't even mechanically set to throw a pass. He was throwing them off his back foot. he was just retreating. You know, I know that defensive players, they try to meet the quarterback at a spot. This kid was actually dropping back 11, 12, 13 yards and throwing the ball off of his back foot for touchdowns.
That's his MO, though. I've been watching Jordan Love for the last 8 weeks, to be honest with you, and that's what he does. He followed Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers. That's
so
what
my thing
does.
with that, K Boogie, is this: if you know that as a fan sitting on your couch, why do we have receivers and tight ends running wide open?
Because I just told you they had one game plan and they wasn't ready for the other game plan because they look lost. They look lost out there. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Y'all know how fast these wide receivers are and their tight ends are good? Or they just slept on Jordan Love and the Packers? They probably didn't do any research or anything. So that was the thing. I don't know. I don't know. But you know what? That could be just me just looking out, just scouting, just seeing, okay, let's see where we can actually like pinpoint certain weaknesses with them. But like I told you, that offense was been gelling for the last 6 weeks.
Last 8 weeks. The last 8 to 10 weeks. He went
I know they went 6-2. They went 6-2 the last 8 games, but the last 6 weeks they've been balling, and so has Jordan Love. The only concern I had was with their speed. We have issues with speedy wide receivers and shifty wide receivers. That goes back to the Cardinal game. If you look at these speedy wide receivers, though, and the Detroit game, look at the Detroit game. The Detroit game, when that game almost went in overtime, what happened? Detroit went down the field like it was easy peasy, right? Green Bay followed that same format in the beginning of the game. If y'all go back to that Detroit game in the fourth quarter, Green Bay used the same philosophy and some of those same route trees. If y'all look back at the game. So I was like, damn, this looks familiar. I'm like, yo, this is that Detroit game. And I see that, but I don't know what they're seeing. I don't know if, they say, oh, this is just Green Bay. We should be able to run this and that. But I'm like, nah, y'all should have. If I can see it, like you said, they should have been able to see. So I don't know.
Been balling the last 8 weeks. He went, 21-1 touchdowns?
21 touchdowns and 1 interception.
Yeah, he been balling. None of their receivers, the most receptions on that team was 64 or 65 coming into the game. So that tells me he spreads the ball out. That also tells me that he trusts his receivers.
Or it could be that your offensive-minded head coach says that the Cowboys, their tendency is to do this, and this is how we're going to attack their tendencies.
But that's, as a coach, that's everybody. That's McCarthy's job. That's Dan Quinn's job. That's their job as well. So I'm not going to give it to the coaches as well, because at the same time, we can sit there and make a game plan. We still got to execute it. That's why I don't get mad at. That's why, to me, it forms more on the players, because you still have to execute. I can sit there and give you my whole offensive scheme, play for play. And if you don't line up to stop it, guess what? It doesn't matter if you know what I'm doing or don't know what I'm doing.
So with the
as a player
with the 4-2-5, and obviously over the last couple of days, that's all everybody has been breaking down, that 4-2-5, and how that the Green Bay's offensive line, they were just beating up our poor little linebackers. They were just beating them up, or our linebackers were overshooting the play. We were over pursuing, and we had the running back with Aaron Jones was cutting back on them.
Over pursuing means that when we over pursue, that means we're not getting off blocks. So that's why over pursues happen. We're not getting off the blocks. So we try to beat the lineman to the spot. That's how over pursuing happens. Just FYI. I know you know Fox, but some people be like, how they overflow is because they're not getting off the blocks and they're trying to beat that man to that spot. So it leaves cutback lanes for the running back.
There was too
And
many cutback lanes.
Yeah, and Green Bay took advantage of that. They allowed, because if you go back and look at the game, and there's one or two people that think that when I talk football that I act like I know it all. It's not that I know it. I don't feel like that I know it all, but it's just that I've seen some of this stuff before. If a linebacker is getting blocked in the back, that is their scheme. They want the linebacker to, as Jeep said, they want them to get to a spot so that cutback lane, now your back is to the run, and that's why Aaron Jones was running wide open. I mean, he had lanes that hell I could have got 100 yards off of.
Yeah, but Aaron Jones always kills us though. Aaron Jones he loves coming back to his home state of Texas and killing us.
Yep. Man, I'd like to say thank y'all for letting me on the show, man. I'm gonna let y'all get to y'all show. I greatly appreciate it. Right. Nikki, good season. K Boogie, good season. Fox, good season. Eagles fan. You know what? I was gonna say I'm happy that y'all lost, but I'm not, because you losing don't make me crap. I hate to hear Cowboys fans say, if we lose, as long as the Eagles fans lose tomorrow. That's Bush League stuff. Good season. Sorry y'all exploded at the end of the year. I don't know what the problem was, but maybe we try it again next year.
All right, thanks for coming on, man.
Appreciate you.
All right, Jake. Peace. Smoking Batman. Woosah, you need one of those. Woosah.
It's a goose fry bar kind of day, my guy.
Trust
You've
me.
seen it in the chat. 475 days to get my roof done, and they still screwed it up. They got to come back and tear apart a bunch of stuff they did today and fix it. I'm drinking tonight. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
All right. So before we get to your Eagles, Nikki, we didn't get a chance to get your take on what you thought about the game on Sunday. Let's get your take on it. Let's see. Let me read this comment here. Physicality. All the teams that won this weekend had that kind of mindset, and they paid dividends. Yep.
Scotty, yo, what up, cuz? Yeah, and they can run the ball too.
Yeah, like I said before, I wasn't mad or upset that we lost. I was more upset of how we lost. So that's how I feel. All right,
blown out like that's crazy.
All right, so you guys take it over for a minute.
All right.
I got to step away. I got to step away for a commercial break.
So what's up, man? What's going on, man? What's your assessment of the Cowboys losing to Green Bay? What were your thoughts as a fan of another team that's in the division? So what was your thoughts?
I mean, to be completely honest, Green Bay did exactly what y'all's problems was. They just attacked them, right? I think I said it earlier in the year. The over pursuit of your D line is a problem, specifically because your second level is not very good. They're fast, but they're bulky safeties, right? Your linebackers they don't have enough ass behind them to make a difference in the running game. And that's something that we said all along. That was a problem, right? The running game.
A problem.
It was hard. When teams run directly at Micah, it's a problem, right? I mean, it's all about scheme. And honestly, Matt LaFleur, he schemed that game out really well. I don't know how those dudes were schemed open so much, but damn, I mean, y'all were running 6 DBs, and they still was able to get that far down the field like that. Just
You know how he went
parting of the Red
motion.
Sea, bro. I
Motion.
mean,
You know we got problems against motion and shifty wide
yeah,
receivers. Look at the
there
Bills
was that.
game, the
There was
49ers
that.
game in Arizona. It's the same. It was the
Yeah.
same defensive scheme. And we did not make any adjustments. That's the thing that everybody's upset about.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got beat, but where were the adjustments? It's like Quinn was like, nope, we're going to stay this way. That's it. That's it. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? We getting hammered on the run game. Then here come the play action pass. Everybody in their mama's wide open. You get a pass. No, you get a pass. No, you get a pass. It's like, what are we doing? No adjustments. You got Wilson running the wrong way. You got Lewis Gilly running the wrong way. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? You got the tight end 30 yards open downfield for a touchdown. I'm like, you know what? This is not good. It's embarrassing as a fan that you can point out certain things and calling out the plays, watching the game, and they can't do it in the stands. They can't do it on the sidelines. I'm telling my friends they're going to play action pass right now with an over route. I call the plays. I'm like, listen, they're going in motion. Just watch. And I'm calling this out, and they can't call that out on the sidelines. So I don't know. I was like, I don't want to be a coach. I love what I do for a living. The coaching is not my thing, but I could just pinpoint certain things that's going on. And that's the thing. And then when you were saying the same thing about your offense or whatever, like, oh, you could do this. It's bad that how we can just sit down and analyze this and they can't as fans.
Bro, the same exact thing was happening in South Philly for the last 9-10 weeks. Honestly, like it is ridiculous. Like you said, how much. And I'm not going to say we're casual fans, right? But even casuals were like, "Oh, we can do this. You should check out of that and do this." Like, if they can see it, just like you said, man, it's not a good look when the fans are saying we can see it, but there aren't any adjustments made, and that's both sides of the ball for both teams.
It's crazy. I was hoping that we play each other next week too, but I guess that dream was wiped away.
I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
That would have been great. I was looking forward to that one, boy.
I sent a tweet out to my sister because my sister married a guy from Michigan, right? Like I'm married to a Lions fan too, you know. So I tweeted my sister. I'm like, "Hey, we getting together next week to watch the game?" She came back with, "Boy, this didn't age well." I'm like, "Boy, if you don't get yourself on somewhere." Transition Lions fan, just became a Lions fan friggin' 3 years ago or whatever.
Man, I thought the Rams was gonna beat them too. I mean, hey, they were in the red zone, couldn't score a touchdown. So
They could have. I mean, they was moving the ball well, but Detroit got that first game, and now here's what I'm concerned about, right? And this is kind of where I was hanging my hat. Like, had we beaten the Bucks, right? Detroit just won the Super Bowl. That emotional hangover off a win like that, yikes. I mean, I hate to say it, but are the Bucks going to go to the NFC Championship game?
They played them once before too, and Detroit won by 10 points. They played them on the road in Tampa Bay early in the season. They played them and they won by 10. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Listen, the playoffs are wacky. You know what I'm saying?
They really are.
They're wacky.
They really are.
It is what it is what it is, man. I mean, I just don't get it. I just don't understand why our coaches didn't make any adjustments until it was too late. That's the thing. But like I kept telling a lot of individuals too, I know that everybody want to put Michael Parsons at linebacker, right? But this is the playoffs. If he's not playing linebacker every week, and now all of a sudden you want him to be the Mike linebacker in the playoffs, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. You got to let him do
is it
him.
Not going to work. He needs to stay on the D line, right? And he needs to move around, right? Because it's been seen out there week after week when he goes back in the linebacker, he's not good in coverage. He's not good at backpedaling, right? His focus needs to be being a DN or, a stand-in DT and rushing. He's fast. He's strong as hell. He knows how to get leverage on people. He almost always, requires, double teaming, which creates holes for everybody else. Like, he needs to never go back and play linebacker again, unless he's going to do like what we did before week like 11 with Hassan, where it was you're a linebacker, but you're basically just a fifth lineman. All right, so technically you're a linebacker, but you're playing DN end, if you will. So
not unless we change to a 3-4. Change him to a 3-4. That'd probably be right up his alley. But to put him at Mike
that probably would,
whenever,
but you're right in the same position, right? But at the same time, too, in order for you guys to go to 3-4, you've got to revamp your entire linebacking core, right? Because just throwing Micah in there doesn't solve the other three linebacker problem.
We've done that before, though. We've done it before. There was one time we was flip-flopping before going from 3-4 to 4-3 and back and forth. But because Micah is such a physical human being, freak, I don't like to use the word freak like that, but he's such a superhuman being that you want to free him up the best way possible. And maybe the best way possible is put him in a 3-4 outside linebacker, just like you do TJ Watt. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not big and strong like some of the other DNs in the 4-3. So that's the only thing I'm saying is that you can rotate him and do some different things with him if you have him outside on that 3-4. But put him at Mike linebacker, play linebacker at Penn State. But I'm just saying, put him in Mike linebacker. That's not what he is.
No,
that's not what he is.
No. I mean, you would almost be better served instead of going 3-4, especially because, like I said, the problems that you guys have at linebacker would be it's almost like going nickel, right? But you're going 5-2, right? That way you have, single man on every single offensive lineman, right? You're not going to be able to double because if you double, you just open it up for a free runner from somewhere, right? You guys just don't have enough, and us either, right? There aren't enough linebackers on your team that are physical enough to maintain a 3-4. You just don't have it. So you might as well stay a 4-3, right? Where you can flex him wherever you need to and throw him on the line as an extra defensive end. Or, like I said, you go to 5-2, right? And then maybe you look at putting him as a Mike and rushing him whenever you need to because you already have, ones at the line. So, but that all depends on who your DC is going to be. If Dan Quinn doesn't,
he's not coming back. I don't think he's coming back.
Have they said he's going to move on?
He has 4 interviews lined up this week, and one of them is basically the Titans in Seattle. So I don't see him coming back.
Seattle would be a good spot for him, honestly.
Yeah, it will be. I don't know what defense he's going to run, but it'd be a good spot. He got one of the best middle linebackers there, so he doesn't have to change too much. You got Bobby Wagner there.
Yep, yes he does.
I wish we had someone like Bobby Wagner, not Bobby himself because he's older, but we need somebody like Bobby.
What's his name? Jamal Adams still at safety, right? So I mean, I know there was ties to Jamal coming to Dallas a couple years ago or whatever.
We all wanted him, but
I thought it was
he didn't get here. He didn't get here when we needed a safety.
Do you think it was odd, or do you think it was the right call? Because I saw the reports that today they're going to keep Mike. Do you think it was the right call, or do you think it was a little premature to make that decision? Based on what you guys have seen.
To be honest with you, I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it, to be honest with you, even though I wanted Jim Harbaugh, to be honest with you. But I'm 50-50 on it. I'm 50-50. I just need Mike to just take control of the team. I want him to take control of the team. If you see something's not working, just say something.
Yeah.
Don't just let it happen. Say something like, yo, Dan, that's not working. We got to change up the scheme. We got to do something. Just don't sit there and say nothing. That's the only thing that's my concern. Say something, especially in the playoffs. Say something. Show some aggression. Say something. He did that one time when he went up to CD to talk to CD about what's going on between him and Dak. He went and talked to CD. Other than that, that's the only time I ever saw Dan Quinn talk to anybody on the sidelines like that.
Oh, I know, and people talked about that. They like the talking heads, like the broadcasters. They were actually talking about like, how often have we seen Mike go talk to a player?
Exactly. Weird. Very weird. Very weird. So I don't know.
I don't think Harbaugh would be a good fit for you guys
Why not?
because of the way your organization is run and the kind of power that Harbaugh is going to require in order for him to be there. I don't think that that kind of power struggle between Harbaugh and Jerry would work, right? That's a tough one, right? Do I think Harbaugh is a good coach? Absolutely. Do I think he can make some, phenomenal changes in your organization? Absolutely. But do I think that dynamic between him and Jerry would work? No. Honestly, I don't.
Really?
I think that San Diego or LA Chargers, whatever, it's weird because they got two LA teams, is honestly the best spot for him, right? He's got Herbert, he's got Eckler, he's got Mike Williams, he's got Keenan Allen, he's got Khalil Mack, he's got pieces, right? Brandon Staley just wasn't it, right? I think Dallas, now that they've decided they're going to stay with Mike, I think they need to get another guy in there to help him with the offense. Not that your offense is bad, because your offense was clearly not bad. Your defense wasn't bad, right? You're going to figure out who you're going to have on defense, right? But there's things that have to be worked out, and I think like that marriage between coordinator, coach, and Jerry is the biggest roadblock that you guys have to success beyond the regular season, and even in the regular season, to be honest, because you guys should have
That's
been a
Jerry,
15-win
period,
team.
though. That's
Oh no, I
just
know.
that's just Jerry, period. Jerry needs control anyway. You know what I'm saying? Everybody
I
talking
get
about,
it.
oh, let Bill Belichick come in. I'm like,
No
no,
way.
I think that's gonna be oil and water and gas right there. Even though
Yeah,
Parcells was here,
that's even
but
worse.
no, that's
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 even worse,
bad. That's
honestly.
really
That
bad. So
that would that would be so bad. I'm sorry.
that's
I couldn't
toxic.
even imagine. Oh,
That's
bro.
really toxic. If you bring that man in there, that's toxic. So I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So that's why I said Jim Harbaugh maybe. Because Jim may
Yeah,
be a little bit more easygoing with certain things, his mannerisms or whatever. And
yeah.
and then two, does he really want to coach against his brother in the AFC right now, with the Ravens being one of the best teams in the NFL, and they're probably gonna be doing this for a while? Would Jim Harbaugh want to coach against his brother? He has an easier route anyway if he's in the NFC rather than coaching
That's
against his
fair.
brother.
That's
Then
totally
I
fair.
thought about that. I said, yeah, I'd rather meet my brother in the Super Bowl rather than playing them in the playoffs, and then one of us got to get kicked out. Then we're gonna have our
Yeah,
father on the sideline crying. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
that's why I wanted Jim. I said, hey, Jim would be perfect in Dallas, but Mike is staying. So Mike's just gonna have to be a little bit more vocal for me, and
yeah,
don't just talk to CD. Talk to everybody. Like, yo, you're not doing your job, bro. What you doing?
yeah.
And
I
and
mean,
that's one thing about Mike we haven't seen. We've seen it one time, and that was it. One time. That's it. He just talked to CD. Hey, CD, what's going on? Hey, we need you to do. That was it. Other than that, he wasn't talking to anybody else. And I need
now
him to be more vocal. I need that
do
man to
you
be more
think?
vocal.
I'm back, y'all.
Yeah. Do
Hey.
you think the supporting cast in your wide receiver room would have I guess an effect to that, like how Mike is talking to whom he's talking to, right? Because you just said he goes to CD, he doesn't talk to Gallup, he doesn't talk to Cooks, right? Like, I honestly think you guys need a solid two, right? I know you guys thought you had him in Cooks, right? Which is weird because before he came to Dallas, he was 1,000-yard receiver every year, and he didn't even get close to that. You know, you had
I
Gallup,
know.
you had Turpin, and a couple other guys.
We
I
had
think you
Cooper too,
guys.
but I'm not gonna go there with that. I'm
Well,
gonna leave that one alone. I'm
But
gonna
the
leave that one alone.
problem wasn't them in the game. It was Lamb had the issues in the game. Lamb was the
yeah,
one acting up in the game. Lamb was the one on
but
the sideline clowning.
we're not
No,
talking
no,
about
he
just
was
his
just
game. We're
no,
talking
no.
about
He was
like
just
a
saying
whole,
the wide receiver room just needs to be improved
yeah,
with
Oh,
holistically,
a
not
solid
not
number
not just
two.
one
yeah,
game. I
because
mean,
they paid Gallup, and Gallup never showed up who he was supposed to be. But
it was that injury.
ironically, Gallup was the best receiver in the game Sunday.
They left him wide open. They didn't care about
They
him.
left him
They left
open.
him
Yeah.
wide open. They said,
So
"Oh, you're not gonna
Yeah,
be a factor. We're gonna leave you wide open. We're gonna
right,
concentrate on
yeah,
Lamb,
right.
Cooks, and Ferguson." He was wide open. So I
yeah.
don't know,
And you
man.
guys
But
did.
your
I mean,
receivers have
get
to
tight
find a
end.
way to get open, though.
Yeah,
Your star receivers have to find a way to get open.
Yeah, that separation was like this. That was thrown in
Exactly.
some really tight windows on Sunday. Really tight.
But that's just one game though. You guys have been really good at getting separation and
Right.
scheming folks open, especially. I mean,
Right.
again, we're going back to CD, right? But CD has been like his separation.
Dynamite.
The last few weeks, man, he's had like at least 10 yards before the nearest defender is near him.
But
Right.
you know what's different though? Like we was talking before, you got on. Green Bay played 2 high safeties 80% of the time.
Yep.
And so if you don't practice against 2 high safeties, you're running actually routes versus man coverage, and it's a zone. So how you expect them to get open? You can't do that.
That's fair.
That adjustment happened in the second half, but it didn't happen in the first half when we really needed it. And that's one thing. They wasn't prepared for that. They wasn't prepared for that. 2 high safeties. They thought they were going to run man because they've been doing it all year.
Green Bay been running man all year?
Yeah, and getting killed. The Panthers scored 30 points on them. So Dallas is probably saying, hey, you know what? They're going to run man. We're going to run this route because it's man. Then when they went zone, everybody was like, oh, my God, Dak was holding on to the ball too long. I'm like, you know what? They wasn't ready for that. They wasn't ready for the zone. That's what happened.
Everybody that generally beats us, with the exception of Philadelphia, runs that drop 7 in the coverage against us. Every team, go back and look at it. Every team drops 7 in coverage against us and rarely blitzes.
You know why?
Because we don't change our tendencies.
Well, not only that, but the running game, right?
We'd have none, non-existent.
Exactly. If you don't have a running game, why should they crowd the box? Just sit back and run and sit in coverage, and just let the offensive coordinator or the head coach out scheme you. That's what I would do.
And that's one reason why I fuss. I don't defend Dak because I just love Dak so much that I just think he does no wrong. I don't defend Dak because of that. I defend Dak because we don't have a balanced offense. If you throw, like I said, there was no reason in the world why in the first half Dak should have 25 passes. That kid threw half the amount of passes that Dak did in that game. He threw 21 times. So he threw a third of the passes that Dak threw. He threw 21 passes. Dak threw 60 passes.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, 60, bro. 60.
I didn't realize it got that bad.
He completed 41 out of 60 passes.
Whew.
He should have been throwing the ball 41 times. He should have been throwing the ball 35 times.
Golly.
And so if your quarterback is throwing the ball 60 times, you can expect some incompletions. You can expect some interceptions. You can expect a lot of stuff, but there's no reason why in a playoff game that your quarterback should be throwing the ball 60 times.
Well, I mean, the only half-hearted caveat on that was, I mean, y'all was playing from behind from so long, right, that you kind of have no choice but to throw. And I mean, that's where you get the, Dak threw for 400, but with 6 minutes left in the third quarter, y'all was down 30 to 9 or some shit like that. Like,
too much.
It's tough, right? Like he had no choice but to try and sling it all game. But I get what you're saying, Sean, and I agree with you completely.
But why are we running it every first down? We're throwing the ball now. And I think that we talked about this in the offseason when Mike McCarthy said, "Oh, we're gonna have a more balanced offense, and we're gonna run more of this than another." I don't think not one person on this. This panel believe that bullshit.
Ain't nobody else, because that's not Mike. He was never running the ball. He's in Green Bay either. Be like, come on, Mike, really? That's the analytics talking. That was the analytics talking.
That was the first thing I ran to too. Like, when did Mike ever have a solid running team in Green Bay? Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Oh Lord! But everybody on ESPN, Fox, and whatever else, they believed him though. They believed him. I said, how we gonna run the ball and we didn't actually replace Zeke? We didn't draft a running back. We signed Pollard, but Pollard's not an every down back. Deuce is a scat back. But I'm just saying we didn't replace Zeke. We didn't replace his production. So I'm like, nah, there ain't no way. There's no way. Do y'all know that on second down, we averaged 2 yards every time we ran the ball on second down? We averaged 2 yards on second down.
Because we threw the ball every freaking first down.
That was crazy. Like I'm saying 2 yards. I'm like, Mike, switch it up a little bit. Where's the screen passes? We didn't go in motion not one time that game. I didn't see anybody go in motion. I ain't see no screen passes, no nothing. I'm like, yo, what are we doing?
Weird.
Why is it vanilla?
CD went in motion a couple of times from the slot on one side to the slot on the other side. That was it. I didn't see any, you know, I everything that we did the last, even in our losses, but everything that we did the last 5 or 6 weeks of the season, we did zero of that.
None.
In the playoffs.
None.
Zero.
It was none. It was vanilla. Like we was playing this game like it was the last game of the season, and we wasn't going to show our hand in the playoffs. It was so vanilla. It was really vanilla. It was crazy. It was vanilla. I couldn't understand it. I was like, something's not right here. I thought I was dreaming. I said, let me wake up. Let me take a nap and wake up, and hopefully this is a bad dream because it was so vanilla. I don't know. And Sean, you know, when the opposing team's offense go in motion, that's a bad look for us because we don't communicate on the back end. Like I asked people, where was Malik Hooker the whole game? I didn't see him not one time make a play, not one time do anything. He's supposed to be the quarterback of the secondary. He's supposed to be pointing out certain things, and I didn't see Malik Hooker at all. That's why I asked in the chat, did Malik Hooker play? I know I seen his jersey number, but did he do anything? That was crazy. So I don't know. It's just
So have we talked about them Eagles yet?
Nah, not yet. Not yet. Because to be honest with you, we had so much to talk about. Going Cowboys, man. The Eagles been imploding for the last 2 months, though. We know what happened to them. It's just the fact with the Cowboys is like, yo, we're shocked because the offense we usually run, we didn't run. And the defense we usually play, we didn't play worth crap. So it's like we already seen the Eagles implode for the last 2 months, but we didn't see us implode like this. I was like, man, is this the Bills game again? Is this the 49er game or the Cardinal game again? So I'm still shocked. I'm shocked. I'm still shocked that we didn't make any adjustments. We didn't do anything. Now everybody wants everybody gone. Our fan base wants everybody gone, especially Dak. They want him out the door. I'm like, that's not going to happen. And I wouldn't do that anyway. Because who are you going to replace him with? You can't just throw out the quarterback like that.
And the fact that Mike McCarthy is coming back, that is a 99.999999991% chance that Dak is going to be your quarterback of your Dallas Cowboys next year.
Exactly. And we need an extension anyway because there's $60 million cap number. So we have to extend them. That part. Yeah, that part. If fans don't understand that part, well, no, we just take the hit. Why? Because y'all wanna, have the first pick in the draft. That's why you want to take the hit. No, we're not doing that. And Jerry's not going to do that.
So I want those who think that let's just get rid of Dak and start all over. Let's start in the draft and come back. You're not going to get a Stroud from Houston on every draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
Every first round draft pick.
Nope.
Houston,
Carolina.
Yeah.
The disparity between the two is ridiculous.
We knew that though.
AJ Fields.
I like Fields though.
As much as I hate to say this, and I'm only speaking about us. All these young quarterbacks that were praised to be higher, better than Dak Prescott this year, they were either hurt or they had a down year.
Yes, they did.
Hurt was, man. This was a bad year for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's a bad year for starting quarterbacks and a really good year for backups, boy. I tell you.
Kelly says, long comment. Contractually, Dak is the one with the leverage. He has a no trade clause. If they release Dak, there'll be a $61 million cap hit, dead money that Dak will be paid, which result in no cap money to resign players. Pay free agents and draft prospects. It's better to go against the 91, but better to go against the $59 million that's due to him and do the contract instead to save money to pay for those addressed issues.
Wait a minute. Not only that,
Can't say it better.
didn't Romo get extension after extension? Right? I didn't hear too. I know there was some fans that wanted to get rid of Romo, but I didn't hear anybody to the magnitude that everybody want to get rid of Dak Prescott. But Romo was here.
So let's even take it even further. After the first year that Dak took over the team, those next 2 years we were still paying Romo and Dez a lot of money.
Yep.
Look, what was our record those years? Because we couldn't pay nobody.
Well, I mean, the year that Romo went hurt, y'all went.
Yeah, we're talking about the year after that. The year that Romo retired. He still cost us $25 million. He still cost us $25 million for 2 years after that, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Hurtful.
And then we lost Dez, and Nikki can maybe help me out when she gets back. I want to say we had to pay Dez.
Yeah, a lot of money.
A lot of money.
A lot of money.
At least the first year that he was gone. Yeah. So I don't think fans think it's just that easy. It's just not that easy to get out of some of these contracts.
No, it's not. And yes, we had to pay Tony Romo for 2 years. We had to pay Dez 2 years. We had to pay Marcus Ware for 2 years. Pac-Man Jones, we had to pay him for an extra year. And they was all on different teams. Or Dez was gone. DeMarcus Ware was already playing with the Broncos, and we were still paying him. Tony Romo had made it to the CBS booth and was making tons of millions. We were still paying him.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
so
man.
it's like you have to. They not trying to do that again. So what I was doing when I was going back and forth, I was getting some deep dive information on with this situation with Mike McCarthy. Conversation was, we're gonna let you play out. We're gonna let you ride out your contract. Basically, he only got a year left on his contract. We're gonna let you ride out this 1 year contract. See where it goes from this. But we don't expect you to return after this contract.
Oh, put up or shut up.
Basically, so that's how it went. How the talk went. It wasn't
They did the Jason Garrett. They did the Jason Garrett on him. That's how they did Jason Garrett too.
They said it wasn't no laughing and talking. It wasn't no laughing and talking. It was straight to the point. What happened? Where are you? I mean, what happened? I need answers. Where everything broke down at? I need answers. I'm not gonna let you walk out of here with a year left on this contract, and I still gotta pay you. So you're gonna stay this year out. Take it from here. But
Lord have mercy.
we don't make it where we need to make it. It's a wrap in Dallas.
That's
how it went.
Whew. What they gonna do about the DC though? Anything about the DC?
They are anticipating Dan Quinn to take a head coaching job. That's what they are anticipating, to take a head coaching job. But supposedly they're having a meeting with Dan Quinn tomorrow.
Yeah, Dan Quinn, the way he coached on Sunday, his mind was already on a head coaching job.
Yeah, he had 1 foot out the door already.
Shit, he should have just left. He should have just left at halftime. Just got in his car and just left.
He should have the limo pick him up and take him to Seattle. That's what he should have done.
Yeah,
was atrocious. That was atrocious.
I
Cowboy, what up, baby?
What's up, man? How y'all doing, man? Y'all doing? Sorry, I'm set up the way I am. I'm just leaving the studio, so I'm trying to catch y'all before we go off here.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have called a better defense sitting on my couch. Well, from the bar that I was at than what I saw on Sunday night.
It was terrible. Like, it was terrible. It was like there was no disguising or nothing. Just, hey, we're in the zone. Hey, we're in the man. I'm like,
throw it right here. Just throw it right here. We're gonna.
This is gonna be open post snap. You can take that.
Hey, we got 6 DBs out here. You can run it right down our throats.
Please run it. Please run it on us.
Please, God, we got 6 DBs out here. Just go ahead, take it all. Take it all. That's what happened, unfortunately, man. Oh, man. Somebody need to ask Dan Quinn, what was he thinking? What was the game plan? What were you thinking?
Did he pull a Jonathan Gannon?
Oh, my God.
What he did. He did something.
Right? Sean, I'm sorry. That looked like a trigger moment right there, bro. He's like, oh, God.
I think that, the more I sit here and the more I think about it, I knew I was pissed off. I got to tell y'all a story. Y'all know I'm one of the most laid-back, calmest guys in the whole wide world. I try not to get too rattled. So I'm at the bar and I'm sitting down, and it was standing room only. So I knew that where I was seated at, that the TV was going to be kind of blocked sometimes. I was so pissed off that I cussed this guy out like 3 times. They just kept getting in my view.
Ooh.
Damn.
Ooh.
And it was just a small view, like the corner of the TV that you can't see. I had to take my frustration out on somebody. So I cussed this dude out about 3 times. This dude had the nerve to turn around and say, "Man, I don't know who you talking to like that. I'm the police." You know what I told him? F the police.
Okay, NWA. Okay, NWA. Uh-oh, we got easy.
So you a man,
boy.
You a man,
He was man. F the police. Oh, man. Oh, man.
OG Cowboy turned into a naysayer with attitude at that moment.
Yes, sir. He had the chucks on and everything. He had the blue hat on. He even had a jerk curl. He had a jerk curl in the right here in the beard, baby.
Oh, Lord,
later on in the third quarter, right before I left, I had to, hey man, my bad, man. My bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he's probably gonna follow you and pull you over. So what you talking about now, son?
Oh man,
it was crazy. So yo, Mr. Cowboy, man, what you think about the game, bro? What's going on with
you? You really want? I'm with Herb. All the ass can go. It was trash on both sides of the ball, man. It was trash on defense. It was trash on offense. It all looked bad to me. So, but if Jerry would have cleaned house, I've been A-okay with it. At this point, I'm cool with a couple rebuilding years. Because what's the difference? You know what I'm saying? Like it all looks bad.
We're not going to rebuild.
Yeah,
you don't want that this year.
I mean, yeah, whatever. Like we're hearing what happened in the meeting makes sense to me now. But when I first heard that he would come back, I'm like, dude, what the heck? Why would you bring him back? Like if that team should have been ready to play anybody, it should have been that organization that ran you out of town. How they come out flat against them? Like you ain't got the chip on your shoulder. You don't want to prove a point to them. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, and then what pissed me off from the on-field standpoint, it was a lot of the same stuff San Fran did in week 5, and it worked again. So I'm like, what the hell are we doing? Like, really? How somebody else do what San Francisco did in week 5 and it worked just like San Francisco did? So I'm talking about the play that was wide open, that tight end.
Yeah.
That made it. Yeah, that's Killer got 3 touchdowns off that play. off that same route concept. Like, what are we doing? Like, it all look bad. All of it. It look bad. Everything. Like, everybody. Jerry better than me. Yeah, I be looking for a head coach or offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, or quarterback. I've been looking for everything this morning. Everybody got the hell up out of there.
We be in salary cap hell.
Hey, everybody got the hell up out of there. Like, everybody got the hell up out of there, dude. Like, that, everything looked bad. Everything. Like, everything looked bad. It was terrible.
Yeah, I would have took it to a next level. When y'all walk off this field, y'all take your asses straight to your cars. You can't even. I don't want you in the locker room. Go to your car. You take a shower at the house. Send your wives back up here.
Man, for real. Like, y'all get your ass out of here. Like, y'all got to go.
Do not pass go.
Yeah, do not pass
$200. Go straight to the house.
Yeah, you know about it. I got to go.
Yeah, man.
Kelly says next season all our games need to be either on Cartoon Network or Tubi.
Damn.
Or Disney. You know how they had the one
Damn.
what was it, Monday night game when they had the Disney character going on out there?
The Toy Story John.
Yeah, the Toy Story. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Hey, either give me the Toy Story one because that was a Germany game, I think, right? Or was it England?
Yeah, you're right. That
it was a Jaguars game. So I want to say it was England.
It was on Sunday, matter of fact, when they did the Toy Story. Maybe that's what
Monday
we need to
or
do
Sunday morning. Hey, give me a Nickelodeon slime game, but don't do it virtual.
This next
Just start
comment,
throwing stuff at folks, man.
This next comment here can lead us into giving Jeff your time to speak about your situation.
That's my ace right there, J-Pad right there, bro. Okay. That's my guy, and he's not wrong. So me, Jay, and a bunch of other dudes, we were sitting up. I think we closed down a bar on Monday night watching that game. I mean, we left in good spirits because we had plenty of spirits, right? Not spirit with an S, plural, right? No, it was a good time, man. I love my Eagles crew that's down here. Aside from the way everything went, damn. Right, so to kind of go, bro. I mean, we almost had to leave some Best Buy gift cards at the bar so they could get new TVs because we was about to throw stuff. Damn. But yeah, to kind of go back on some of the things you were talking about, like with the cap issues and whatnot, and the who should stay, who should go. Rumor has it that Nick Sirianni is going to stay as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles for 2025 or 2024 or 25 season, whatever year it is. That Nick and Howie are calling coaches, coordinators, and coaches' agents to see who's available to come on board. Now, as it looks right now, that seems like it's a doomsday kind of thing that people are like, oh, we're going to keep Sirianni. But let's take it back 3 years, right? The exit interview between Dougie P and Howie is the reason why Dougie P is no longer the coach in Philly, because he said, I'm going to keep Press Taylor. And Howie's like, nah, you ain't keeping Press and we ain't keeping you. Bye. So I think there's still work to be done there, but I'm surprised that given that information that came out today that we haven't heard that the 3 coordinators that we had working on this team have not been canned. That said, I said in one of my groups today, I'm interested in why there's such a draw for Brian Johnson, right? For a dude who did not run his offense, for a dude who was handed a playbook and said, you will call this in these scenarios. Why are there so many teams that are so willing to take a look at him? Like, what do they know that we don't know, right? What faith do they have that our head coach didn't have? And it ain't faith, it's ego, right? Our biggest problem is Nick Sirianni's ego, right? We've seen it on the sidelines. We've seen the let's take the Chiefs game for example, right? Well, all that bullish that was in the tunnel, right? I don't want to hear another word, Chiefs fans. See ya. Like that was the end of your season. See ya. Like that should be his final words. See ya. It's bad, right? But then I hear people talking about, oh, AJ Brown, people the Colts are favored to sign AJ Brown. For what?
He
For
signed a
what?
big contract. Fans be
Bro,
making
we
up stuff,
owe
bro.
$47 million to the guy over the next 2 years. You think we're just going to let that walk? We got $30 million in cap space as it is right now. You think we're going to let him book for $47 million and go negative? Are you out your damn mind? Right? He ain't going nowhere. People are like, oh, we should get rid of Jalen Hurts too. But he just signed a contract. And these are Eagles fans, mind you, right? I will say this. Before I even finish that statement, I'm gonna say this. We have all these Negladelphians that are out there, right? That are we want to get rid of every player who's trash, and we want to sign every free agent that's on the market. For what? How are you going to sign a quarterback to $250 million and has a no trade clause? You talking about get rid of him because he had a bad year? Huh? Why?
Sound like Cowboy fans to me.
I just
Man,
want to say
hey, let me get the number to your dealer, bro, because I need to find out what he's selling you because that's bro, no way. Hurts ain't going nowhere, right? And if anybody saw the hug that Howie Roseman gave to Jalen after the game, you already know Jalen's not going anywhere, right? AJ Brown's not going anywhere. And if I'm gonna be honest, I know it was leaked, but I think there's a possibility that Jason Kelsey could stay one more year.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Right now, I know BG said I'm gonna come back for my farewell tour, right? If I'm honest, I think the way this season ended, I think any one of those dudes that are not on the secondary that are aging have an opportunity to come back one more year and give it a go, right? I'm willing at this point, and I will speak for myself and myself alone. Maybe JPad will agree with me if he's still watching. Trashberry, bye. Gotta go.
Burnt berry. You talking about burnt berry?
No, Trashberry. He ain't even burnt. Like he's beyond burnt. Right? It's in the garbage now. Right? It gotta go. I will eat that. I forget what he's due. I think he's due like 21, 22 over the next 2 seasons. Bye. Restructure some of the other stuff and get his ass out of here. Right? I think I sent it to a couple different people, right? But I think there's a diamond in the rough that's waiting that a lot of people forgot about this year that the Eagles signed because dude was in trouble, and it's Isaiah Rodgers Sr. If anybody remembers his name or who he played for prior to being out this last year, because he was suspended for the entirety of this season.
The name sounds familiar. I just can't remember him, but
yeah.
I can do some homework on him.
Buddy he's a baller, right? He lives in Tampa, right? He's a cornerback that played for the Colts, right? He was one of those dudes that got caught up in the FanDuel scandal, right? And
he got suspended.
old Raj gave him a full year and said, "Hey, beat it, get out, sit down for a year," right? He's working, right? He is a perfect candidate to replace Trashberry, Burntberry. Barry don't need to be around here no more. Whatever, whatever, right? Slay can come back. I think he's got one more year left on his deal. We got some dudes that are coming back off injury. Zach McPherson, N'Kobe Dean will be back. But to get back to the crux of everything, right? I had a thing pulled up. Do you know that as a team, the Eagles ran, and let me pull up the number again because I don't want to screw it up. As a team, the Eagles offense ran 690 screen passes this year. 690. Do you know what the total yardage gained on those 690 screen passes was for this year? Negative 26. Nikki, you're muted, by the way, hon. Negative 26 on 690 screen passes. I'm sorry. It's 936. That is fucking pathetic.
God, yo, wow.
Negative on almost 700 reps? Are you kidding me?
What
Nikki,
kind of
you're muted,
screen
hon.
passes?
I don't know if you're trying to talk.
No. Or she might be talking to an insider.
She
She
might
getting
be
some
working,
inside
yeah.
information. She might be working like we got our own Adam Schefter right now. So she might be working right now. We got our own Adam Schefter right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, she didn't have headphones on, so that's cool. All right. So there was that, right? And what kind of screen passes are we running? We're running screen passes where you have a wide receiver and a tight end running into one another, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Wow.
Come on, man. What folks, we are grown ass men who have played this game for at least a decade. At least. You are a millionaire playing this game. And in week 18 of an NFL season, and you're not a rookie, you are running into a dude minus 2 yards? Come on, man.
I don't know what's going on
Look,
with the NFC East, man.
And you know what the problem is, man? I said it before. We're still the 8th best offense in the NFL. As tragically terrible as we were, as predictable as we were, we're the 8th best offense in the NFL. That is terrible. But the defense, though, I have no words.
So what you gonna do with Shaq? What you gonna do with Shaq?
Let him go. He signed a 1 year. Bye. This is the time where I need that Mary J. Blige gif, like right now. Bye. I love that one too. He can go. Right. And I bet he's kicking himself for making the choice that he made to come to Philly too. But I know he said it was all a Nick Sirianni thing, whatever. You know, I just, man, the defense was just so epically terrible. I meant to send some of the stats that I had that I pulled up on my team. Let me see if I can go back and find it.
I think you guys miss Gardner Johnson a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, yes, I do. Right, and I think the only reason that he is not on this team was because we signed Bradbury because of the issues with CJ and his agent. So without that, I think it was different. So where is it?
I would love to take a shot at him my damn self and get rid of Malik Hooker.
Oh my God. So EPA allowed against the defense per play, 0.06, 30th in the league. Per pass, 0.09, 28th in the league. Per rush, mind you, beginning half of the season, we were the best rush defense in the NFL. Negative 0.01, 29th in the league. EPA, what are you going to do when you are ranked one of the 30th or worst defense in the NFL? Nothing. Because your offense is going to be in and out constantly. Your defense is getting smoked, and your offense is having to work too much. How can you get any sort of consistency off of that?
That's crazy.
Well, I mean, you could get tons of reps, right? Could get tons of reps and be consistent. But if you can't pick up the blitz, you can't check down, right? If you can't call audibles at the line, what are you going to do?
What do you think about that against Tampa Bay? Tampa Bay almost blitzed on every passing play against Philly. That was crazy. I was like, what is this?
90% of their defensive snaps, they blitzed. 90.
No audible, no nothing.
Nothing. But and that's kind of the argument, right? Like I watch Speak, I watch some other podcasts that are coming from Eagles fans. I watch, Get Up, First Take. I watch the McAfee Show. I watch all this because I'm always taking in data, right? That's But it's what I enjoy is taking in all that data and storing it up in this little baby nugget up here, right? But when they're blitzing that often and you're not calling checks, the question was, who's that on? Is that on the coach? Is that on Jalen? Yes, the answer is yes. It's on both, but primarily it's on the coach because you're not setting it up. And I think Jalen has all the tools in order to check out of a lot of these things, but I think he's being told not to. I think he's being told run the play, right?
Mm.
And the only reason I say that, and I could be dead ass wrong too, right? But the only reason I say that is because the play calling that I'm seeing, not even the inability to check out of some things, but the play calls themselves tell me that you are not good at situational football. The first third down that Dan Orlovsky was talking about, where it looked like you had Smitty in the slot, you had Dallas Goddard out wide, and it looked like you had Smitty running like kind of like a wheel release 9 route, and you had Goddard running a 9 route. I don't think Goddard was supposed to run a 9 route. I think he was supposed to run a 7, right, and run a post, but he didn't. So he ended up with 2 wide receivers within 7 yards of each other on the strong side. On the weak side, you got nobody inside the numbers. Nobody. So literally 4 receivers outside the numbers. The graphic was like, you got a box like this, just circled in green. But there is literally nobody here. They are running 0 within 40 yards of the line of scrimmage, and you can't run a check route to get somebody to run a quick slant? Whew. What? Why?
I guess
Why?
your coordinators, my coordinators, and head coach, they have a lot to go
Man, they got
over
a
in the
lot to go
offseason.
through. But
They
the
have a
problem
lot.
is, Boog, right? This is not new. This has been going since we played San Francisco. I mean, honestly, since we played Buffalo, right? But San Francisco only exacerbated that, right? San Francisco just exploited every weakness we had, and we were just never able to come back around, right? So now we got people talking about Jalen was exposed. Was he? No. Did he regress? Slightly. But I don't think Jalen Hurts was exposed this year. And the reason why is because, and I told Jason this too, the offensive line did things that I have never seen them do in the last 7-8 years. And that's get vertical within a yard of the line of scrimmage. We had our offensive tackles in 2-point stance. Literally 75% of the downs, except for rundowns, right? So 75% of all passing plays, our offensive tackles are in 2-point stance, and they are vertical immediately. You have no leverage, 0.
Different philosophies, different
It
coaching
is,
philosophies, and that's the
but
problem.
but you know what the problem is? We have the best offensive line. We have the best line coach in the entire NFL, Hall of Famer Jeff Stoutland.
So why they change?
I don't get it. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. It goes back to what you were saying earlier, Book. Like, we can see it as fans, right? Do I look at things a little bit deeper than some? Possibly. Maybe not all, right? But I'm looking at the trenches first and foremost because the game is won and lost in the trenches. So I just don't understand it. The fact they're willing to say they're gonna keep Sirianni for now and look at 2 coordinators. Well, I don't completely disagree with it because I mean, how do you move quickly off a guy who's been to the playoffs every year?
And the Super Bowl
His
last
first
year.
3 years and a Super Bowl, right? But to set the records that he did, right? Like going 10-1 and not winning 12 games, first in the NFL. Going 10-1 and not winning the division, second time in the NFL, right? Like all these different records that we set, and you're willing to keep that, right? So what that tells me is there had to have been some conversations between Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni saying, look, we're going to bring in a new coordinator. You do not have any say whatsoever in what that offense does. You talk about watering flowers and spread manure around the field. right? That's your thing. You
So
can be
are y'all
you
getting
can be
rid of
this flip
Brian
star.
Johnson?
Absolutely. I don't think there's any reason why they would keep him right now. I think it's soured for him. And I don't think he's going to be willing to take a reverse step back into the quarterback coach like he was last year
Well, he got
under Shane
head
Steichen.
coach interviews.
That's what I'm saying. He's got head
He
coach
got some
interviews.
job
He's probably going to
interviews.
go. He's not going to be willing to step backwards. Which, and I mentioned that earlier. Like, what are other teams seeing that they want Brian Johnson? Rashawn Desai, we picked him up because he was a Vic Fangio disciple, and we couldn't get Vic Fangio because of the Jonathan Gannon collusion fiasco stuff with Arizona. So we're like, well, we'll get one of his disciples. It'd be just the same. Nope. Right?
Different thought process. You can't think like that.
Absolutely.
But
So,
maybe this will humble. Maybe this will humble y'all coach a little bit too.
I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. I'm going to
He
keep it
was
1,000 with
so
you. I don't see it.
cocky. He was just so cocky. You know.
Still is and will be.
And now it's kind of like this. Kind of had to kind of bring him down a little bit to reality that you could be winning this year or winning real good and doing real good this year in the NFL, but things could change for you real fast.
Real fast.
You know, he
Real
didn't
fast.
have his back wasn't against the wall last season. You know what I'm saying?
It is not.
Because it's so much went right. You know what I'm saying?
It is
But
not.
now his back is against the wall, and even with him, it's like he didn't have any answers. He didn't have. It's like he never was put in this predicament this year until the say starting at the 49ers game. That's when that's when he really was put into this predicament. You know, then when y'all came to Dallas, y'all, you know, it was 2 in a row. Then y'all went the next game, you know. So it finally like slapped him in the face that I can't stand on this sideline with my arms folded and smirk and laugh anymore and smile anymore. My team we are in some deep hell right now. We in some deep shit. And it's like it was so far snowball, he didn't know how to pull it back out.
No, he didn't. And to be fair, I mean, if you look at everything from a bird's eye view, and you know, being an Eagles fan, that's a weird thing to say. Look at everything from a bird's eye view, but look at his time as OC in Indy. It's the same exact problem. He could not handle the blitz, right? So if you don't give your OC an opportunity to say, "Hey, coach, this ain't it. You got to adjust, and here's how we do it." If your ego is that high that you can't allow that to happen when it's so blatantly obvious that it's a problem, bro, you got to go. You got to go. So what I need to see from him is, just like I said before, he needs to just be a hype man. He needs to be a split star for the team. We need an offensive coordinator. I mean,
Says split star.
that's what he needs to be. He needs to be a hype man for the team. We need an offensive coordinator who is not a yes man, and we'll tell Howie, draft the players and stay the hell out my organization of the offense, and then go get Denard Wilson back from Baltimore, please, God. Go get Denard Wilson back from Baltimore. We let him go, and he should have been our DC. You do that, and I guarantee you this team looks so different. So different. It won't be no damn 11-7 end of the season record. That even hurts to say, knowing that we were 10-1. Fuck me.
Shit, we're gonna have to get us a new DC. Somebody. Hopefully it's somebody young though. Hopefully it's somebody young who's creative and whatever else to free up Micah Parsons. That's what we need.
At least you guys can tackle. At least you guys can tackle.
Barely.
We don't even tackle. We blow on folks. These dudes must have some really good breath too, because they're blowing on folks and they're like, ooh. And just skirt right around them. I mean, come on, man. Soapbox over. I'm done. Move to next season.
So everybody.
I'm sorry.
So we're and we can go through this one by one. Were you more disappointed in your coaching this year or the play of the players? Nikki, you want to go first?
Y'all go ahead, because I got a lot to say.
Well, y'all know how I feel. All of them look bad. So,
everything look bad.
I think the coaching, the players look bad. The coaching everything look bad.
But it stems from the coaching, though. You know what I'm saying? It stems from the top coming down. The coaching has to reinforce certain things during the week and let you know that, listen, if we lose this game, we out. And I didn't see any of that translate to the game. Nothing.
So with the
to
coaches,
me, it's definitely coaching.
So with all the hype that the Cowboys and Eagles got this season, do you think that both of those teams, obviously we know both of those teams didn't live up to the expectation, but do you think that the NFL overhyped both of those teams and it caught up with both of those teams at the end of the year? The teams started gunning for the Eagles and the Cowboys?
No, they always gunning for the Cowboys. Like
everybody.
The Cowboys, everybody's like we the Super Bowl. So I mean, I don't. That's nothing new. You know what I'm saying? So they always gunning for the Cowboys. My thing is, from the player standpoint, like why are we playing in a victory party?
You saw that, right? You saw that, right?
Yeah,
I'm like,
well,
how y'all gonna have a victory party already? Y'all ain't play the game.
How we playing the victory party when you play the snap of football?
Who playing a victory party?
Sam Williams, and Wanye Thomas did that. I saw that flyer.
They rookies.
Sam Williams not a rookie though.
I mean, not Williams and Wanye, but this the thing.
All of it, dude. It all stunk. The players doing that, the coaching, it all stunk, man. So it's
they live in Hollywood. They live in Hollywood before we even played the game. They have a game going.
You ain't played a snap. You ain't playing the snap, and you playing it. What are we doing? Really?
Oh my God! When I saw that, I was like, "What? That's what they did? That's what we doing right now?"
Hey, it all stunk, man. So
that's what I'm saying. We need Mike McCarthy just to be like, "Listen, man, we're not doing that anymore. We're not doing that. Stop trying to be like a player's friend. Just tell them if they're not doing their job. Just tell them they're not doing their job.
Yeah.
That's all you want. That's all you want. I bet you, Jimmy. You see what Jimmy said. Man. You got Jimmy Johnson on national television giving a hype speech. You got Jimmy Johnson doing that. And I'm saying to myself, wait a minute. He's not coaching. And we just put him in the Ring of Honor, and he's coming out here like he's still a part of the Cowboy Nation. And that's what got me. When Jimmy did that, I'm like, yo, is Mike McCarthy doing that? Is Dan Quinn doing that right now? No.
Clearly not. Nobody's doing that. Like, nobody's putting foot to ass. Like, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, they soft.
Bro, Jimmy almost had an aneurysm giving that speech. I swear to God, I seen it in his face. It was coming. He was so mad. I mean, God bless him for that much passion, because somebody needed to give it to him.
It's needed. It is so needed.
It's needed. We need that passion.
Yeah.
So I asked this question before, and going back to the Cowboys, I asked this question before some of you guys got on this line. And I'm gonna repeat again. I have no way. We already know that Mike McCarthy's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that a coach like Bill Parcells, or even Seattle's coach Mike Tomlin, Harbaugh, do you think that once we started getting beat, once we got down 14 points and we were still running the same scheme, whether it be offensive, defensively, do you think those coaches would have continued to allow us not to make any adjustments to continue to get beat?
Absolutely not.
Nah, that's not in their DNA. That's not in their DNA. They would be on the sideline cutting up if that was the case. I've seen it. You know, Pete Carroll, he cut up. Mike Tomlin cut up. They all cut up. Bill Belichick, they all cut up. But, you know, That's not Mike McCarthy. That's not his style. I don't understand, but you have to make adjustments. I don't like I said, maybe they had the wrong game plan and they adjusted in the second half when it was actually too late.
But can I use my one cuss word for the night?
I already know what it is.
You can use as many as you want. This is free for all tonight, baby, because I had a whole lot to coming
Fuck
out.
that game plan. It didn't work in the first quarter. You down 20 to whatever it was in the first quarter.
20-0.
20-0 in the first quarter. And at the end of the first quarter, you still had time to
21
come back.
to nothing.
Yeah. No, they missed an extra point.
He messed
that's
that
right.
extra point.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. I
it
So it's
forgot.
20-0.
And I thought that was gonna be a big miss too, but I guess I was wrong. Go ahead.
Well,
And when he missed it, I said, okay, that point's gonna come back to bite him.
Yeah, I did too.
Like,
Yeah.
but this how I knew this game was doomed when he missed that extra point. I said, we're not gonna this. We're not built for it. We're not built to come back in a game if we're more than two. If we're two scores or more down, we're just not built for it. Their mentality, you see it. They frustrated. They don't know how to. They wear their reaction on their faces. And Green Bay saw it, and Green Bay seen that they got to them, and that's when Green Bay changed their game plan and stuck it to them because they seen that they hadn't took them out of the game. Their hearts was gone. And I'm right behind. I'm right behind them. So I'm looking at every last one of them presence when they come back to the sideline. I'm looking at every last one of them present. I'm like, okay, you're showing defeat. You're showing that you're not good enough. You're showing that you can't come back. You can't come back for this. And what I got mad at with Dan Quinn was this is a time that you bring your ass out from upstairs and you come on the sideline and you come get in your team face in your defense face. Fuck sitting up in the booth. They need you down here now. You can sit in a booth long as things going right. But right now, they in shambles. Bring your ass down here. But that's how I knew he had done checked out. Because why wouldn't you leave? Why wouldn't you come down? Your team is in your defense is in shambles. You're the top dog over this defense. Not Al Harris. He running up and down the sideline. Al trying to pump everybody up, trying to pump them up, trying to tell them, we got this, you got this, we got this. As the DC, the head DC of that department, you come down and you come stand on the sideline with them. It's like you left them out there alone. You left them alone.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't give them that reassurance that you even had faith in them at this point. Halftime, they run through the tunnel. They stopping. What you stopping for? Hey, take your ass in the locker room. You ain't did nothing to stand up here and smile with nobody. Nothing.
Damn. They should have been mad.
So fortunately, you guys don't have to worry about old man time tonight. Because oops, I messed up.
What you do?
You don't have to worry about old
Front
man
and center,
time
Sean. Front and center.
because I'm already
You put the Zoom on.
I'm already at work, so so I don't have to get up. But the fact that Dak made the comment that he did about, if you guys are going to call out Mike McCarthy, you might as well call me out too. And
Right.
I sucked. I saw a lot of people down him for that, get on him for saying that.
Mhm.
Well, what were you guys' thoughts about that?
I interpret that as him saying, I didn't play my best game. Don't blame it all on him. You have to give me some of that blame too, because I'm the quarterback of this team, and it still falls on my shoulders. It still falls on me. I could have played better. I could have did more. So don't just blame it all on the head coach, because at the end of the day, the team goes hand in hand with your coach and with your quarterback. It go as your coach call plays and go, and it go as your quarterback execute those plays or put the team on his back. Now let's give or take. It was a lot of drop balls. CD had the first down, dropped. Another first down, dropped. You know what I'm saying? So you could be mad and frustrated because you feel like your balls, the balls coming to you went down, but you dropping them when you getting them. So let's go in deck mine a little bit. But damn, you keep dropping them. So let me go to somebody else. Let me give somebody else a chance because yeah, me and you been riding, but today we off and you dropping them. So it's not about me catering to you right now. It's about me getting somebody involved in the game that's gonna catch the dang on ball. And that happened to be Michael Gallup. That happened to be Fergie. If you ask me, the only people came to play was Fergie. Fergie about that life. Fergie that
Mm-hmm. Fergie a dog, man.
Fergie that
Fergie
dog.
want that smoke.
Yeah,
You want
Fergie
that
a dog.
smoke.
He
Fergie
is
a
that
dog.
what you
Smoke.
want in a player.
Fergie is one of the few players I want to keep, and I do mean to.
He by that life.
Jake from State Farm was balling. I'll take Jake any day of the week. He definitely
Give
doing
y'all
something.
take next.
Now I think that Prescott wanted to save Mike McCarthy's job because he couldn't save Jason Garrett's job. So he said, I couldn't do it with Jason, but I'm definitely going to do it with Mike McCarthy. We just had a stellar season, and because we didn't play up to our ability, it's not fair that Mike McCarthy's getting called out like that. So that's why I think he had to step up and say, listen, I want to save his job. You know, it's not on Mike McCarthy. We the players. So
you're saying that Jerry is saying that?
No, I'm saying that that was actually going out and saying those things to save Mike McCarthy's job because he couldn't save Jason Garrett's job because him and Jason was cool too.
What the post that I put up and I tagged you and Nikki on Sunday, and I said that a 12-5 season won't mean shit if we don't win this game.
You right.
Sunday.
You right. That's 3 years in a row, 12-5. It mean nothing. 3 years in a row. I mean, it is what it is. See, we saying that, but the press is saying, oh my God, you can't get rid of him. 12-5, when have you guys won 12 games in a row? Not under Jason Garrett, not under Jimmy Johnson. So, I mean, I just think that he wanted to save his job. He didn't play up to his expectations either. Dak Prescott didn't. He didn't. Nobody did, actually. So he was just saying, listen, if you're going to fire Mike, you might as well fire everybody. So that's to me, so that's why I think he wanted to save his job.
So I guess my next question to that is that do we run the same offense? We get an offensive coordinator and tell Mike to get up off his ass and make head coaching decisions.
That sounds good in theory, though. That sounds good. But here we go back to the Jason Garrett syndrome then. Jason, this last year, couldn't run plays. Kellen Moore did. Mike's probably saying, listen, if you're going to put me under the fire, I'm calling my own plays. And that's what's going to happen. Mike's probably going to call his plays and say, no, this is my last year in Dallas. I'm going out with a bang. He didn't let Jason go out with a bang. Jason had Kellen Moore. So now Mike is like, nope, you can do with anything. With the defense, we can change that, but the offense is my baby. We just got to retool the offense, get some more speed, get a really number two that knows how to run a slant with tight coverage like that. Did y'all talk about that first interception? With the slant?
I'm gonna be honest. The first interception was pass interference. So I really don't even.
I did too. But still,
I think the first one was pass interference.
The second interception was all on Dak. That was deliberate. I saw it, and I ran out the room. I said touchdown. I said he was pointing right at CD. He was looking at CD. Savage saw that. He broke on the ball. Touchdown.
Yeah, but the DB said that they practiced against that all week. They practiced against the 3 slant concept all week. So he just sat back and just read it.
But see, what Cooks was open though. That's the thing. Cooks was open, but that's odds was all on Lamb though.
No, you really can't say that Cooks was open because the DBs, the kid said it. He said we practiced against this, and they gave us when we saw the opportunity. You know, they took advantage of it because they practiced against it. So if they practiced against it, that must mean that they knew that it was coming.
Yeah, going to Lamb, no. That was going to Lamb, not Cooks. Because if you look at it, Cooks had got to the right of that particular linebacker. He was open. It's just the fact Savage sat right there. It's like he was baiting Dak to throw the ball.
Yeah, but because he was playing over Cooks.
Mm-hmm. He came off.
I'm not saying that you're not right, K Boogie, but he was playing over Cooks and came under CD. So he was playing, in essence, like a zone to man concept.
Yeah, man zone.
Exactly. That's exactly what he was doing.
He was playing a man zone for Cooks, but that should have went to Cooks because I'd rather go under, not over. And he went over and he intercepted the ball and scored a touchdown. So he should have thrown that ball to Cooks, though. And that's why I blame that second interception on Dak. He should have thrown it to Cooks.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't have blamed it on Dak. That was 100%. That it was 100% on Dak. But just the fact that they said that they practiced against that formation and that exact play sequence, I think that more so bothers me than the actual interception itself.
It should. It should.
It's just like, I mean, the only way I can to say it is that, you know, I don't know how we all have kids.
Yeah.
And you know what your kid is gonna do. You know what your kids are gonna do. You know, if something happens bad, you know, if you got more than one kid and something happens bad, you know what kid did it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and without even having to think about it. And I think that's what I'm saying. Did we lose this game because of the arrogance of our coaches? Because neither coach made any freaking adjustments from the time we started the game to the time we ended the game.
I don't think they were prepared.
Did anybody see any adjustments made?
In the second half. The second half, that was it with the offense a little bit, but the defense never.
Right.
The offense did, but the defense, forget it. Quinn, that's the same Buffalo game. I'm telling you, Buffalo 49er game, the Cardinals game. There was no adjustments. All those games wrapped up in one is what I was looking at. But this time, it was worse because of their speed.
Okay, but I can't even say that offense made adjustments in the second half. Green Bay just went in the prevent.
Mm-hmm. That was up $1 million.
Yeah,
that was up $1 million. So they were like, "Hey, you can have all the slants you want if I'm up $1 million points. You gonna run the clock out for me?"
Yeah.
I mean, so the one thing I'll say about that, right? There was an adjustment on defense, but that was also, I think Green Bay was sitting so far ahead that they're like, "Hey, we're gonna start sitting some dudes down," right? Because I mean, we all saw it happen on both sides of the ball, right? They started resting folks, right? So I think that may have had something to do with it, which is kind of what led to the, quarter and a half resurgence, if you will. So to go back on your talk about the plays, I think Kelly had it in that she was talking about the predictability of the offense, right? It seems like CDs look one on everything. And I understand that, right? Because we do the same thing, right? In Philly, we look to AJ for the first look and we force him the ball over and over and over. So yeah, I think, Sean, to answer your question too, even if you hire an offensive guy, I think you're going to have the same issue that we have with Sirianni and Brian Johnson, right? Mike McCarthy's like, "Hey, bro, my offense. You call him my plays." So you might as well not even worry about the offense. Just modify what you have to kind of be better, but focus on the defense and correcting the issues that you guys had. And while I'm speaking about what you guys need to do, I'm also taking that in for what we absolutely have no choice but to do.
So I want to address these comments, these three comments here by Mr. Williams or Miss Williams. I don't know if you're a man
We
or a woman.
babysitting
Nah,
Dak
that's a
Prescott.
that's a dude.
That's Mr.
That's a
Williams.
dude. That's Mr.
That's my
Williams. That's my guy.
That's
Man.
my PH brother right there, my traveling man.
This
He
is
says,
this
how
is
much-
a great question though.
How
This is
much
a great
longer are we going to micromanage Dak Prescott? As good as he plays, he should know how to make big plays when we need them to, and read defense. So, in my opinion, as much as I hate to say this, and I'm not knocking your football knowledge, but Dak Prescott's been reading defenses for. Dak Prescott has we have seen that our offense, it's not just Dak Prescott, it's our offense cannot handle zone defenses.
Wide receivers included. Wide receivers
Yes.
included.
Is that play calling?
And that has been for a minute that
Yes.
has happened. That has been for a minute.
Has zero to do with, because if you want to beat,
If that's
especially
the case, you can say Jalen can't read defense. If that's the case,
In the zone, you got to find the open spots and sit down in the zone.
Yeah.
That's what you have to do.
right?
That's an
Sit down in the
interesting statement,
zone.
Nikki.
That's all you
exactly.
gotta do.
What you say, Jeff?
I said that's an interesting statement, Nikki. I like that because a lot of people have said that, but I'm gonna pause on that to let you guys finish the Dak reading defense conversation first.
No, but it's the wide receivers too. The wide receivers got to know where the zones are and just sit right there in the zone. Because in every zone, you open somewhere in the
There's a
zone.
hole.
Just sit there. Just sit right there. Don't be trying to shake the defender and try to get loose. No, just sit in the zone.
So on a high cover 2, we threw one deep pass to Cooks that Dak overthrew or Cooks couldn't catch up to it, right?
Yeah.
But isn't in a high cover 2, isn't those one or two, aren't those two spots over the corners before the safeties get there? Aren't those two of your zone spots that you want to attack?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which, once you get the safeties to move out towards the hash marks, then you could have Ferguson run the seam routes in between the two safeties,
Right there.
Mhm.
Right there.
or on a skinny post. We threw that one ball to Cooks. We do it every single game. We throw one deep ball to Cooks, and we don't do it again.
Yep.
Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah, one heat check. Dak says he does it once a game. That's one heat check. That's what he calls his heat check. He does that once a game. I'm like, dude, why don't you do it 2 or 3 times a game, bro? You loosen up the defense that way. Don't just do it one time, do it multiple times.
So is that your quarterback or is that the offense?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the quarterback. That's the quarterback. That's the quarterback.
Uh,
You should be able to take more than
yes.
one heat check. You should be able to do
Yes.
at least 2 or 3 times for a heat check a game.
So I get all the Dak blame. I really, really do. But I also have to say that our offensive scheme has got to change. We need to bring in a wide receiver to be a wide receiver coach. We need to bring in somebody who is a profound route runner.
Ocho Cinco.
Now you know 85 don't want nothing to do with Dallas, man.
Ocho Cinco.
We had a profound route runner on the roster.
Look, Ocho just found
Hey,
his
I
new
know,
home.
don't-
He got
don't
he
go
want
there.
nothing to do with
and
the
we
NFL.
traded him for a bag
Don't
of
go
chips.
there. Don't go there.
Yeah, we
already
traded him for a bag of chips. Yeah, so
And a washer and dryer.
Ocho, look,
And a
Ocho
hamper.
found
And
his
a
home.
hamper.
and
I know
what?
doing EA. And a hamper. We traded Amari for a hamper too, and a washer and dryer, and a detergent.
But Jeff, what was you about to say?
I said Ocho's already found his home with some yak and cigars, man. He's good with Shay, man. He's good to go. He don't want nothing to do with being on the sideline no more. He knows exactly where he's good, and plus,
And the EA too, and doing the EA.
I mean,
the
that's
Madden.
fair. Yeah. Plus,
And doing the
I want him to
Madden, too.
keep coming back to Tampa so I can keep running into him at the cigar bar.
Oh man, just tell him I said, yo, come be the coach.
He's
wide
a good
receiver coach
dude.
of
Like
the
honestly,
Cowboys.
he's a good dude. He smokes some good cigars too. Some gold leaf wrap cigars, man.
Yeah,
He's got
he's a
taste.
dude.
He's got taste.
We need a running game though. Foxy, all
Yes.
jokes aside
Yes.
though, if we had a running game, we'd probably be more successful on offense. Moody changed a little bit more, man. I already know which running back I want, but I don't know if Cowboys
Who?
going to draft him. That's Trey Benson from Florida State. Trey Benson
Downhill
from
runner?
Florida State is what he's 6'1", 235 pounds. Running
Ooh.
40 and 4.4.
What about Dylan Johnson from Washington? I like Dylan from Washington.
He's good, but I think Trey to me is what we need. He's a home run hitter too, and he can catch the ball out the backfield. I like Trey. I like Trey Benson. The only thing with him, he had a couple of knee scopes, but he's dope. Listen, we need a running game. We need a running game. We can't depend on Dak Prescott all the time. Look at Purdy.
No.
Look at Brock Purdy. Look how many superstars and stars around Brock Purdy. Why we can't have the same thing? Why we can't have the same thing? Why we can't? That's what I want. Let's surround. If Dak Prescott is a top 10 quarterback, surround him with better players. And if he can't get it done, then well, we might have to go in a different direction. But at least try first. Try. Put the players around him and let's see what happens. That's all I'm asking.
To be fair, and this is coming from an Eagles standpoint, to be fair, you need two players, right? You need a downhill runner and you need a number two. You get a downhill runner and a number two, even if your offense does not change, right? If you get a downhill runner and a number two wide receiver, your offense looks completely different because it then forces defense to scheme you differently.
Right about that. Texas got two boys. Washington got boys. Florida State. So I'm saying it depends. I don't know who's going to be top of their draft board, but hey, we need some reinforcements. Plus, we need O-line help too. Steele, you got Smith. Tyron Smith is a free agent. The Jets might sign him.
Still revolving door.
I know, right?
Revolving door. Yeah. So.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. Jerry Jones got to get out of his own way sometimes. That's why everybody's always like, well, Jerry, if you know we have deficiencies, why not trying to improve those deficiencies before we get in these high-level games?
You're asking too much.
But I'm just saying it's the truth. We've been asking for a running back. We've been asking for Zeke's replacement. We've been asking for a real number two wide receiver. So, hey, he signed Gallup to all that money. Gallup is not a replacement for Amari Cooper. Tolbert is not a replacement for Amari Cooper. He's a good player, but not Amari.
They're not Amari.
Is different. It's different. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying. Just put more talent around Dak Prescott and let's see what we have. That's all I'm asking. That's it. If we're gonna run it back, improve the offensive talent on the team, please. And put more speed, please.
I got a question, Book. I got a question when you get finished.
Go ahead, I'm done. Uh-oh.
So how we gonna put more talent around Dak with a $60 million cap hit?
We're gonna have to draft better. We're gonna have to draft better and not re-sign some of these other free agents that we have. Like Curse is probably gone. Law's probably gone. Law's probably gone too. So we're gonna have to pay Peter.
Well, I don't know if Law's gone. I don't know if Law gone. I don't know if Law gone because they had a conversation with him.
But I'm just using that as basically how we improve the team now because of salary cap.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to. It's no way around it. They're gonna have to extend him. They're gonna have to do at least a 2-year extension.
They're gonna have
There's
to
no way around it. You have to extend him. You're gonna have to extend him. Now, from what I read in it, the way they could do the extension, they could do it for 2 years, but they can let that last year still be a void. And so technically they're extending him for 2 years. That doesn't mean he'll be here. He'll play those for 2 years.
Well, we're gonna see. Well, hey,
trust me, Jared been doing this a long time, and if you ever want to know a snake, that's a motherfucker. My bad.
Oh, we got to get rid of Cooper Rush too. We got to trade Cooper Rush for something.
Ooh,
We don't have to trade Cooper
Nigga,
Rush. He's a free
nigga.
agent.
Yeah, he a
I
billionaire, nigga.
thought he had another
Like,
year because I want to see Trey get down. I want to see what Trey has too. He's the wild card. You know that, right?
What you
Trey
say,
Lance is the wild card.
Mr. Cowboy? What you say, Jerome?
I said, man, Jerry a billionaire. Like, how you
Right.
think he got
How you
how
think
you
he
think
became
he
a billionaire? He ain't become a
think he became a
billionaire
billionaire?
overnight by just sitting down, not fucking cutting people down.
Yeah.
Man,
When you
we
start
using all
making money and making money, you cutting down people to get to the top. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Everybody at the
You
top
got some
cut
low
somebody under them to get up there. They ain't just get
Yeah.
up there. They cut people to get up there. You know what I'm saying? So Jerry ain't no fool. Jerry played dumb with this salary cap shit, but Jerry started the salary cap. He know exactly how this works. It's all about working the
Yeah.
Yes, he
numbers.
did.
It's all
He
about
Yes, he
started
hiding
did.
money.
that Nike deal, that
He the
stupid
one
ass
started
Yes, he
that.
Nike
did.
deal.
It's all about
Was it?
hiding money. Is it? And trust me, Jerry gonna make it work make it work, cause he gonna keep who he wanna keep, and he gonna let go who he wanna let go. If he did not fucking
Mhm.
draft you, you're gonna be gone. He do not
Yep.
cater to people he don't draft. He only cater to the ones he draft. So it's simple as that. Um, but they know
I
they got
feel
they
that.
got know what they gotta do. You know,
I feel
Jerry,
that.
who he is. Jerry's who he is. And I'm gonna say something real quick on this re-signing of Mike McCarthy. While we all might all don't agree with it at some extent, but to some extent, I do understand why he did it. Because not
Mhm.
only because of the contract, but also how many times you're gonna keep starting over with a new coach and keep putting your quarterback under a new coach, a new coach, a new
Yeah.
coach.
A new system. I know.
So now you got
I
to
got
learn
it.
again. Now you got to learn again. Now the offense got to learn again. The offense got to readapt this. You done moved them from what Kellen Moore and Garrett was doing all these years to now you didn't install this so-called Texas West Coast. So they finally catching it, caught it towards the end of this. So why bring in another coach for 1 year for quarterback? Because I only see Dak being here another year, to be honest. So keep this same coach. Let him and his coach ride this year out together. Because if when I flip my quarterback, I'm gonna flip with a whole new system, with a whole nother
Mm.
coach and a whole new
That makes
system.
sense.
So
That
you
makes
have
sense.
to look at it from business point of view, business side. We're looking at it from emotional side because we pissed off on how they played. We pissed off that
Mhm.
it's been 3 years in a row that McCarthy been here and he didn't get us over the hump. We're never ready for the big game. We're never prepared for the big game. He gets up to the press conference and say stupid shit like he know they wasn't prepared or they wasn't ready. Instead of taking accountability as the head coach, I didn't have them ready. I didn't have them prepared. We missed some preparation somewhere in between this. This is all on me as the head coach. No matter how many of the
Mhm.
players step up into Mike and say, it's on us. Yes, the players got to play and the players got to execute. But as the head coach, you got to have your team ready and prepared. And just because you're not over the defensive side, you're over that defensive coordinator. So what you and your defensive coordinator should have did was sit down together before all this shit hit, y'all all hit the field and made sure everybody game plan was where it needs to be. You make sure
Exactly.
your team understand it. When you
Exactly.
getting ready to play for a playoff game
Hmm.
like to this core, you don't get no fucking days off. Everybody show your ass up in here and we gonna work and we gonna sleep and we gonna sleep in this goddamn star that Jared done paid $1,002 for y'all ass to get in here and be on the field and be ready to play Sunday night against the goddamn 9-8 Green Bay goddamn Packers. A reeling team that's been winning, ain't stopped losing and been winning, and they won their ass into the playoffs. So at the end of the day, I don't want to hear the excuses. That's why I said I don't want to hear from Mike. I don't want to hear from Jerry. I don't want to hear from Steve. I don't want to hear from Dak. I don't want to hear from none of them motherfuckers. Because ain't none of y'all did what y'all supposed to do Sunday night. So y'all couldn't talk on the field. I don't want to talk to y'all asses on no press conference, listen to nothing y'all got to say. Because that bullshit is old to me. Period. Point blank.
Preach. Preach, nigga. Preach. Preach.
Yo, it's. I'm gonna be honest. It is so weird to me that we're at this point of the season where our two organizations are literally talking about the exact same
That
thing.
same shit.
Right? I mean, it's so crazy how similar our problems are. Man,
It is what it is.
Nikki,
The mighty has
you
fallen.
touched on the loyalty thing, right? Like, how long has Philly stuck with dudes that we should have let go years ago, and we're still holding on to them? Should I mention Jalen Rager's name? A little bit? No, right? Yeah, Mr. Cowboy, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like his knock at TCU was his knock in the NFL, and we still held on to his ass until the last year of his rookie contract. And then, I mean, luckily, Howie made a deal to get something decent for him, but we sent him out, and he's been on what 2 different teams since he left from us now, right? Quez Watkins. Listen, I'm sorry that you think that him running a 4.34 makes him a good damn receiver, but anything over 20 yards, he can't catch. Buddy couldn't catch COVID in the Wuhan lab. Let's be fair.
Did you say the Wuhan lab?
Yeah, I said it.
Am I wrong?
Am I wrong?
I can't. Am I
wrong? Right? And then,
where's my PPP at?
the loyalty to these folks is absolutely ridiculous, right? And then, like Nikki, like you talked about the offense again. I know we spoke about it before. You can't expect with the amount of input that's coming down from your owner / GM, the amount of input that's coming in from our GM, because our owner doesn't have a whole lot of input into this, right? During the season, he lets Howard do that, right? But it baffles me how similar we are. I honestly don't remember the last time that we're in the first week of our off season and both of us are talking about the exact. I mean, maybe not the exact, right? But
it's similar. The similarities,
issues that both teams are having, and both of us were double-digit win teams. Both of us went to the playoffs, right? It's just it's so weird to me that this is where we're at, and we're not bad teams at all. Neither one of us is bad teams.
So can I ask a question to this point? We get to this discussion. So everything that we're saying as far as keeping on to these players, holding on to these players. I'm gonna use the Cowboys first, and then Jeff, you can interject this same comment to the Eagles. We know that we are 0-6 in the last 2.5, 3 years to teams that run this variation of the West Coast offense. That's the Packers, the 49ers, and who else was it? Packers, 49ers, and there's one more team.
Yeah, because all the assistant coaches play.
What was the Dolphins? Was Mike McDaniels too?
Yeah, Mike McDaniels.
Yeah, so the Dolphins.
So everybody that's on this variation of the West Coast offense from the Shanahan tree, we're 0-6 against. Jeff, you guys struggle with. You guys beat those teams, but you guys have been struggling against teams that have. I think you guys are just pretty much secondary. If you got shifty wide receivers, your team struggles against them. So I'm gonna go back to the Cowboys. What do we need to do to get over the hump against those type teams that we continuously cannot beat? San Francisco and Green Bay, for some reason, we just can't beat them. What do we need to do to get over that hump?
Send Dan Quinn ass packing and get a real defense, get another defense coordinator. No. That's what we need to do. Dan Quinn is 0-6 against those dudes. He can't beat them. He can't beat them. It ain't gonna work. Blow it up. That's what I said. But I'm pro blow it up.
Yeah, they're on the same staff, so they know him inside and out. See, that's the thing.
They know him inside and out.
They know his tendencies. That's the thing. They know his tendencies because they went up against each other in practice. So he
And
needs to change his
bet
tendencies.
I
Why
bet
don't
you that
change
offense
him?
was whooping that defense behind in practice, Boogie.
And
What
that's
you
the
want to bet?
problem. He don't change it. If you keep doing the same thing, want the same on a different results, that's insanity, right? He
That's
needs
the
to change
definition
his
of insanity.
tendencies. It's insanity. It's how can you go up against these guys? You know them, they know you, and you don't change your tendencies. You just say, the hell with it, I'm gonna be arrogant and just go out here. I'm gonna ball out because my team better than yours. I don't give a crap if you know what we're doing or not. Stop me.
So I
And
looked
that's what
at,
he's
and
doing.
I'm gonna go back to Jeff. I was watching something on NFL Network, I want to say early this morning, where the Buccaneers, they looked like that they went from a too high, they brought the safety down to look like they were going to be into a single high or a cover 3, and then they rotated back up. That the safety that was on the left side came down, and then they just basically rotated the safeties and went back to a cover 3. They disguised it and confused Philly. Did you guys miss AJ Brown more than you thought you guys would in that game, Jeff?
Oh, of course, right? And a lot of that, I mean, it goes back to that stuff that I was talking about, where we had guys outside the numbers. But yeah, of course, he's a big body, right? I'm impressed with what Devontae did as a 1, but you're absolutely right. The amount of shifting that they did with their secondary, in addition to how close they had their second level, their linebackers, just absolutely murdered us. And we had no response to it. We had no response to it. It baffles me how we could not adjust. And but we go back to the thing we said, Boogie, earlier. We can see it from the sideline. We can see it from the house. Like,
exactly.
Please, God, don't give me one of these coaches' numbers, because I'm gonna be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, can you just give me? Can you give me one check with a tight end?
Y'all got to be getting rid of Bradbury though. He is
Oh,
trash.
Trashberry got to go. I'll eat that cat.
Burntberry is gone. Burntberry.
I will gladly take a Carson Wentz type cap hit to send his ass to the house.
So
that
Jeff,
was $35 million in 1 year. I think we can handle the spread it out.
Gilly Millie.
Jeff, do you need some advice on how to get a hold of coaches or anybody in the league? Nikki is great at that.
I'm gonna get with Nikki offline about that. Man, I'm telling you,
you're on mute, Nikki.
It's so bad.
Y'all try to send me up to go to the Fed.
It's so bad.
you good. Yo, 008, you good. All right.
Yeah,
008, you good. We ain't gonna let you go to the Feds. You good.
To be fair, right? Like I do have one former Eagles player that I know really, really well, that I've worked with in the past. He played for the Saints as well. He was a defensive lineman that I could reach out to and be like, hey man, hey, 98, let me get some of them contacts you got to get back to some of those dudes, secondary and tertiary points of contact to get over to these guys and have something to say. Yeah, man.
Listen, y'all know what we didn't talk about? The motion. If Quinn knows these offensive coordinators are going to go into motion, why not practice that? Why not come up with a scheme against motion or better communication?
They were not prepared. But it's been all season. It's been all season.
Everybody goes in motion, kills us.
Everybody. It's been all season.
That's crazy.
You know who don't go in motion?
So y'all opposite of us. Y'all opposite. This year you opposite of everything that we did. Y'all were opposite.
You know who didn't go in motion this last game?
Everybody.
Also,
man, they terrible how we were killing with CD in motion.
But and then
didn't
just
do
didn't
it.
do it at all.
They
That's
didn't do it at
that's
all.
why I'm telling you we were not prepared. They did not prepare for this game. Same thing they did last year. They did not prepare for this game.
That's why
What
They
is
Mike
it? Y'all
played a
played
better game.
disappointments, dog.
Played a
That's
better
why
game
Mike can get
last
his
year.
ass up out of there.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let me ask a question. This could be for both of our organizations. Who do you really, really have to give the fault to? Who do you really have to give the fault to? 'Cause we could blame Mike McCarthy. We could blame Dan Quinn. We could blame the players. But who do you really give the fault to? It
From a,
has to start at your top.
from a Cowboys perspective,
Jerry.
I'm
We said
blaming
that before,
Jerry.
though.
Yeah, I'm
We said
blaming
that.
Jerry
Jerry.
for one
Jerry.
reason and one reason only. When Jerry's arrogant ass came out there and said, "I'm happy with this team. I don't think that we need to add nothing to this team to become a better team." Hell, Baltimore, best record in the league, and they brought in a fifth, sixth running back that they could add to their rushing attack.
Mm-hmm.
They made themselves better just in case something happened.
Exactly.
We decided that the only good decision that I felt that we made late in the year was to bring back Collins because he was familiar with our system. He's familiar with some of the guys.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he was a just in case, lineman in case something happened. But that's it. That's all we did. I guarantee you. Do you know? And it just from a publicity standpoint, how many players would have loved to come to Dallas?
Yeah.
Just from a publicity standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
So
everybody watching. Everybody gonna be watching you in Dallas.
Right. I definitely blame Jerry because that's one of my points I made on my post. I said I blame Jerry because at the end of the day, Jerry makes the final decision on what to add to this team and what to subtract from this team. The coaches go out and Will McClay go out and they scout who they feel like we need in this team. And even if you didn't want to bring someone in week 13, 14, you should have had the spots in the spaces that we had issues in. You should have had them filled and ready for the playoff run. But the problem was you got people on the roster, 53-man roster, that you don't want to lose because if you bring somebody else in, you got to cut somebody, and then they got to go through waivers, and you got to hope you can get them back, or you got to hope nobody don't pick them up. So you want to be so loyal to who you got that you scared to let them take a leap and bring somebody in that we can get immediate help in, and you sit down and you do nothing. So yeah, when you walk through the tunnel, nobody don't want to talk to you. Nobody want to shake your hand. You looking at us like, nah, motherfucker, we don't want to look at you neither. Matter of fact, y'all all could have went the other way.
Man.
All of y'all. Mike McCarthy didn't even come through the tunnel like he normally do, because he knew they were ready for him. He didn't even come through. He went the whole opposite way. That was the best thing for you to do, Mike McCarthy. Dan Quinn. But how many times I said on this show and I said Dan Quinn defense always collapsed in the end.
Mm-hmm.
It happened in Seattle. It happened in Atlanta. It happened 3 years in a row with us. His defense is always a top 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 defense all through the season. But the time we really, really need it, they collapse. They foul. Javon Curse talk all that shit about being number one, officer 0 and officer number 1. Where you was? Where you at?
Where you at?
Where were you?
Hey, where you at? Dude by himself downfield.
You missed about 3. Now that was that was
Now,
the
where
most
was your ass at?
But that was Wilson's fault, though. That
thing.
was Wilson's fault. Wilson bit on that. That was Wilson's man. Wilson bit on that just like he did in the 49er game. And I'm like, yo, Wilson, what are you doing?
It's like
You up here
everybody
guarding a
checked
running back.
out.
The hell?
Everybody checked out. Everybody checked out. And
Nah.
as much
That's
as
a
we
comment right
as
there.
much as we all love Parsons and we all love what he brings to the game and we all love what he do, the impact he can have on the game, I just think
He
that
talk too much.
he need to stay off social media for a while.
Stay
Y'all
off
think
social
that's the
media.
case?
Get to
I
work.
don't know. I don't know if that's the case or not. I
Man,
guess
get
I
to work,
think
man.
teams just game plan against Parsons so well. That's the thing. I don't think him talking. It's the game plan, and then if we don't make adjustments, it makes him look bad. How many times was he double teamed and just
And
barely
that's true.
almost getting to the quarterback though? I don't think him talking on social media
I mean,
has
it's
anything
nothing
to do
wrong
with
with
his
him
play though.
talking, but you miss
I
Yeah.
don't think so.
man, it go hand
I
in
don't
hand
know.
at
Look,
some point, Kenyatta.
you already Michael Parsons. You already Michael
Already
Parsons.
that.
You gonna get the lion's share of the attention without saying a mumbling word, right? So now you on podcast and all the Packers are a great young team, but we coming out. Okay, so now you just poured a little bit more gasoline on the fire. Like that's already hot because you Michael Parsons. We all know you can wreck the game, right? So you already getting the lion's shares of attention, and now you talking to motivate these dudes that's gonna be triple teaming you.
Let me ask you a question. What did his father say? His father said that's just him. He's gonna be him. That's what his dad said when he came on the show. He's gonna be him.
Him
And it's
need to step it
okay.
up then. Yeah, I
It's
mean that's
okay for
okay
you
if
to
that's
be
you,
you.
but you
It's
gotta
it's
walk it.
okay, but you have to still walk it, and
You
you
gotta
gotta
walk
you gotta
it.
talk it, and you gotta walk it, and that's fine. And I understand. And like I said, like it took the playoff game for him to finally get what his second holding call for them to finally
Man,
call a holding call. It
that
took
was
the
a
playoff game for that. And
Since
I mean,
October.
that's big that you are that powerful of a player on the field that many people got a blame playing for you. I get it.
Mhm.
I get it. And he is a beast. And it's nothing wrong with it. His dad said on the show, he raised him to be confident. He raised him to speak his mind. He raised him to speak his truth, and there's nothing wrong with it. But then sometimes when you're in this different spotlight, especially with a team like the Dallas Cowboys, sometimes you just gotta kind of scale it back just a little bit because they out gunning for you and they aiming for you. And when they get a chance to make you embarrass you, they're not looking at the fact they embarrassed the Dallas Cowboy. They're looking at the fact saying they embarrassed Michael Parsons, the one who
Mhm.
always on Twitter, the one who always
Mhm.
on IG, the one who always making comments or going or trolling running backs or trolling, wide receivers or whatever. That's what they looking at. That's what they looking at. So sometimes you just gotta scale it back just a little bit. Don't ever be afraid to speak. I say what you want to say, but you gotta know that sometimes it's a time and a place for it.
I
Mhm.
think what people don't realize is that these players are in the NFL, and even players that are on bad teams, they're still NFL players. They're still NFL. They're still NFL coaches. I
Mhm.
mean, I could ask Jeff. You know, Giants. We knew Giants was horrible this year, but do you not think that the Giants got up for that last game against Philadelphia?
They
That
got
was
Don't know
up.
their
why.
that was their Super Bowl.
That was their
Still don't
Super
know
Bowl.
Mhm.
That was
why.
their last year playing. I mean,
Mhm.
some of them was their last year. Some of them
Still
Mhm.
don't know
playing.
why. They screwed themselves with that dub.
Because they NFL players, they're gonna play regardless. Then see, fans are different
Yeah.
than the players. The players want to win all the time because, hey, you earn a great living by playing a kid's game. So they're gonna go
Mhm.
out there. Listen, I want to save my job. I can get it when I want to and do this. No, they getting paid well for a kid playing a kid's game. So why not go out there and ruin the Eagles' actually
Right.
year? They in our division. Why not?
But what did
The
that
Redskins
what did
went out
that do to
last year.
them? What did that
They
do
don't
to
care
them?
about that
It
because
ruined their draft position, right? So from an organizational standpoint, right, you're talking about an individual saying, I'm trying to go
I'm
out
talking about
here and make
individuals.
myself look good. From an organizational standpoint, them winning that game was detrimental to the organization.
They don't
Because
care about that. They're not going to
it
tank though.
I
You got
get
to have
that's what
some
I'm saying.
pride
Like
though.
the individuals don't necessarily care. The team, the ownership, the front office cares because now you're adjusting potential, futures with new players that could come in and help turn a corner that they, not we, I mean, still we, but they desperately need, right, to get better, right? So they got up for a game that really didn't matter. At the same time, we put in our starters for a game that didn't matter, and we got dudes hurt. One for the remainder of the season, one for probably a majority of next season. And for what? For what?
They
And
still pick top 6 though. They in top 6.
They do top 6, right? But
exactly.
you have to think about who's there and the needs of the teams that are around you and what you're eyeballing. And I'm not trying to make an excuse and say that you throw a game right based on what you need, but at the same time, you have to think about what it is that you need as an organization to turn it around the next year, right? So there's that. Let me go back to Nikki's last point about Micah Parsons. Even Skip Bayless, the biggest. I get it, right? A lot of people can't stand
He's
Skip.
a farewell.
I can't
Cowboys
stand Skip, right? This is 2 years that he's thrown all his Cowboy shit in the garbage or whatever, right? But even he was like, "Go ahead, Micah. Go ahead and go back to your podcast. That's what you do best."
Yeah, I saw that shit too.
Okay, bro. It's like that. That you turning that quick. Damn.
But that's just Skip though. Skip used to throw 6 jerseys in the garbage every time we lose.
It is. I know.
I've seen it.
I remember him throwing the navy blue John in the trash after we beat him, and done. I mean, shut the fuck up, Skip. Like nobody even watches your show anymore, bro. I don't know why you're trying so hard. Let's be really fair. Since Shay left the show, don't nobody watch it because nobody cares about Sherm and what's the name of it? Key. Yeah, exactly.
But they love Mike Irvin though. They love Mike. They love Mike though. They love my man Mike.
Irv's got energy.
I watch Mike.
Irv's got energy for days, and that's probably from the boogie sugar, but it's whatever.
Leave Mike alone.
Man,
leave Mike alone.
The 50-yard line is white for a reason. I get it.
Leave Mike alone, man. See, here we go with that.
You see him sweating when it's 20 degrees outside.
Why you talking? We need some more cocaine, Cowboy.
I mean,
we need Jimmy Johnson. If that's the case, we need Jimmy Johnson, man. We don't need the White House no more. We don't need the White House no more. We don't need the White House in Dallas no more. We don't need that. That's a different era right there. These young cats don't know about the White House in Dallas. They don't need to know that.
Man.
We don't need that. One last point that I had to go back to, just kind of walking it back from where we were to where we are, was the who's most to blame for us. Just like you guys said, Jerry, is Howie.
Mm-hmm.
Because it all starts at Howie, right? And the little known thing about Howie is his amount of input into the offense or to the team in and of itself, right? He makes decisions on players that should be in, players that should be out, guys that are active, guys that are inactive.
Right.
And a lot of folks don't understand that or don't know that that's a thing. That has to stop, right? And that's kind of why I was kind of hoping that they would let Sirianni go, because Sirianni was kind of a Howie puppet. But we need somebody who's going to go in and be like, no, Howard, you're not going to tell me who I'm going to dress and who I'm going to sit this week. Your job is to bring people onto this team and allow me to do what I need to do to put these gentlemen in the right position to do the best that they can possibly do for this team. You, as somebody who has never played a single snap of football in your entire life, should not be telling me why I got Quez Watkins in over Julio Jones. Even at Julio's, advanced age, Julio's still a better receiver than Quez.
Yeah. Man, them boys.
But it worked last year.
Them boys
worked last year.
Top stuff, and now Julio in the game.
But see, that's the thing. You had, not to cut you
off.
What
worked last year?
But you had a team that going to the Super Bowl, right? So of course you're going to try to follow the same exact formula, right? And so that's why a lot of this, you could say Howie, but it worked last year though. See, that's the thing. at least you had a formula that worked, though. You know what I'm saying? We don't.
It worked to an extent, right? But this whole shit with Quez is not new, right? He's Nelson Aguilar 2.0. Right? So, I mean, and I say his name, and all I can think of is the GIF. Right? Like, but can you catch it? No, you cannot. Anything over 20 yards, Quez Watkins cannot catch it. The only reason they have him in there, and Sirianni said it over and over, and it drove me mad. The reason we have him in there running those go routes is because he runs a 4-3 and because he can stretch the defense. Mm-hmm. Who cares if you can't catch the fucking ball? I'm gonna let you, like you was talking about earlier with Cooks, right? Or Gallup or whoever. You were talking about Gallup, right? You're like, why would we guard Gallup? He ain't gonna catch that ball. Dak ain't gonna throw to him.
He's wide open.
Why the hell do we guard Quez Watkins? Let him run 60 yards and gas himself out. He ain't catching shit anyway. Right? But last week, right? Not this last week with the Bucks, but the week before, after AJ went out, when Quez was running routes under 20 yards, he was catching a ball, and I was like, okay, I gotta give Duke credit where it's due. But that's a one-off in 2 years plus. It's a Jalen Reagor repeat. Just not worth the time and effort, but yet you keep him on the roster and you keep him active, knowing you have dudes in the background who can make a difference. I'm sorry.
Hey Jeff, Jeff, didn't y'all pass up on Justin Jefferson to take Jalen Reagor?
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
Yep, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They
sorry.
Oh my.
Yes,
Oh
they
my.
Forget the Twitch.
CD Lamb too.
He passed up Lamb too.
CD Lamb too.
Bro,
Yes,
you know
they
who
did.
else we passed up on? You know who else we passed up on?
Micah.
Micah.
Parsons,
Yeah.
Micah.
He passed on Micah Parsons too.
Well,
Yep.
there was character issues in that I think played a fairly heavy role. You know, with all
they
the
lied
locker,
too. They lied on Micah. He had nothing to do with that.
He didn't have
the
shit
locker
to do
room
with that.
stuff. I know y'all heard the story about the locker room stuff.
What locker room stuff?
You
At Penn
go
State?
look that up. Go look that up. Yeah,
You know the press be lying.
That's some very suspect behavior by that young man right there. I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm going to just let you look it up, and I'm going to leave it just like that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look it up.
I see. So there were basically it falls in the realm of sexual assault.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why we was like, no.
It was a part of hazing.
Was it the right move? No, right? Because him being on our team, even with the character questions or whatever, wasn't enough. So there was a question that Kelly, and I don't have access to pull up these questions, says, what's your take on Kelsey's retirement? How will that void impact your team? Or do you have quality backup as center? There is no real retirement yet, Kelly. He kind of threw a wrench in Shefty's report that he was going to retire. Jason said he's going to retire when he's ready and when he feels it's the right time to say anything. I think he's kind of holding on that to see what happens with the head coach, OC, DC kind of moves in the offseason to make a final decision on whether or not to come back. I think he can come back for another year. I mean, at this point in his career, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, no question. 6-time All-Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler, right? He's an absolute force to be reckoned with. If he retires, how will that impact the team? I think that probably changes some of our draft strategy, because there's a kid from Oregon who would make a good center. Because I think at this point, with the way that we have Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens, guys who played center in college, who have become guards, I don't think you move them. I think you keep them as centers. Even with Tyler Steen from Alabama, I think you keep him as a guard rotational piece. So I don't know, but that's a really good question, and it's one that we really can't answer right now because we really don't know what Jason's going to do. But I respect him for saying that right after the game is not a time to say I'm out. But I also have to respect Brandon Graham for coming back real quick and saying we're going to run it back for one more year. We're going to do a farewell tour. I appreciate that. I would much rather hear Jason say something like that than say I'm out. Tangela, Miss Lee, I'll call you that. I don't think he's looking for attention because I think he gets enough of that on his podcast, right? Between him and his brother, I don't think he's looking for attention.
And he was also voted one of the handsome men in America on People. So I don't think he need that.
With those eyebrows too, bro. Come on, man. He doesn't need any more. I think this last season,
who voted? I didn't vote.
Jelson.
He was one of the sexiest men alive.
Said who voted? I didn't vote.
I don't know who voted, but he was in People magazine.
I mean,
I didn't vote.
They said he was one of the most sexiest men alive, right?
They said that's what I'm saying. Jalen. They said Jalen was voted the most. I didn't vote.
Yeah.
The thing about like him needing more attention, I don't think that he needs more attention because he's gotten more attention this year between his podcast taking off as well as it has, and between his brother dating a billionaire, right? He has been thrusted even more so.
But how about
into
the girlfriend, the ex-girlfriend, Kayla Nicole, is going to the game Sunday because she said it's time for him to face her face to face.
Oh, you talking about Travis?
What?
Yeah, she said. She said
messy though.
She'll be at the game.
She is kind of
Sunday
being messy
because it's time for him to. It's time for him to face her face to face and tell her to her face why they broke up and tell her to the same story he telling to everybody else. He need her to tell it. She need him to tell it face to face.
Playing a game. Do that shit somewhere else.
Ooh,
because he been avoiding her.
I hate that messy.
And he been lying. He been avoiding her. And they got two different reasons of why they broke up. So she said she been reaching out to him even before all this, and he kept avoiding her. But because he keeps saying slide shit to the media, she was like, I'm showing up Sunday and I'm gonna face it. We're gonna face it face to face in front of his new one.
That's messy.
Sometimes you gotta be a bigger person.
I think it's gonna be after the game. I don't think she's gonna do it like.
She gonna better get to that. Man.
Well, security gonna not gonna let her get that close anyway.
But she's isn't she does something with the NFL. So
does she?
Really?
Yeah, she does something with the NFL.
I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, so she got access. Like she got
access.
But she messed up though.
Yeah,
she messed up though. She should have kept it quiet if she was gonna do it. Now everybody knows
they like, but they like them kind of stories. Don't come on now. You know NFL like those kind of stories.
But don't forget,
NFL
you got a billionaire though. You got a billionaire.
Them kind of stories, Kenyatta. I'm telling you, they like them kind of stories.
I don't know. You got a billionaire that's gonna be there though.
Yeah, but they like them kind of stories. Them cameras gonna be click, 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 click.
Yeah.
All you gonna see, Kayla Nicole. And you're gonna see them in a circle and they aiming the cameras. They like them kind of stories.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just say from a superficial standpoint?
I don't want to see it.
Man, I would sneak out of that back door so quick, man. Please, Kelsey gonna be out. Where the back door at, y'all? I'm out.
Can I just say from a superficial standpoint though?
I don't like drama like that.
She bad.
Yeah, she
is no. Taylor Swift is no comparison to her.
Nah,
but
sometimes
Mr. Williams
at all.
Mr. Williams said it right. She's petty. She acting like some petty LaBelle right now.
She's acting petty. Man. You know, let it go.
Let it go.
Just go get you another football player.
Yeah, like I said. Basketball players' contracts are guaranteed anyway.
Yeah, just go get you another football player.
I'm pretty sure she got options.
Damn,
she probably got a million options. So let that go, because karma can come back and bite you. But at the same time,
while superficially we say she's bad. Travis definitely dated up. As who's it? I forget who said it to
On the money
Slay.
side.
On the money side, he did.
On the money
Somebody said it
side.
to Slay a couple years ago. They were like, "Bro, you outpunted your coverage." With Jen, because Jen's a baddie too.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all what. If y'all
And I've
ever
met
been to will
Jen.
call at
Jen
a
is a
basketball
baddie.
game,
Ooh,
will
bless.
call at a basketball game like the Lakers are playing, ain't nothing but models and celebrities at will call. So
Yeah.
these women come a dime a dozen to these brothers. I've seen it for myself.
Oh yeah, I
Too
know
many
that.
times. So I mean, but just if I was that chick, I'd just say, you know what? I got to be the better person. Just let it go.
You would think.
Just let it go. Let it
You would think.
go. Look like another love TKO. Just let it
Okay,
go.
you went a totally different way.
But sometimes, people,
This was all some Disney-ish.
people be holding on to hurt. You know what I'm saying? They be holding on to shit. They be holding on to stuff. And
You only
sometimes
hurting
it's just
yourself when you
like
do
I
things like
need,
that,
I need it. That might be the way she get closure.
She go to a therapist.
Maybe. Maybe.
She doing it wrong now. She
What's up,
doing it
Bougie?
wrong. Because all eyes is
Oh
listen,
no.
Buffalo's playing. Kansas City got two of the greatest quarterbacks going on right now, and all eyes are on that game. And then you show up, pull some stunt like that. Hey, listen, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's all I'm saying.
Oh
But
man, what was that commercial? When Keeping It Real, that was a Chappelle show. When Keeping It Real goes wrong.
Yeah, keeping it real goes wrong.
Fuck that! I don't like her playing with my phone.
Mm-hmm. Do no karate. Chappelle didn't.
Yeah.
It's a wrap, baby. Mike McCarthy, you coming back, boy? You can't come back the same Mike. You can't come back the same Mike. I'm looking at it now.
Oh man, this is bad. I'm still looking for things like my Eagles group's just dragging the whole Eagles team like this. Oh shit, I can't do it. I got my back. Hold on. Let me get rid of this background real quick. Stop. Get out of here. Get that
So-
background.
I don't know.
Where's it at? There it is. None. There it is.
Oh, I like that drag route.
So what do we all think our future looks like? Let's start with you, Mr. Cowboy Nation.
I don't know. Like I'm so disgusted right now. Like, but but I mean, with them bringing, I really appreciate you sharing insight on what the meeting held. Giving us Jerry's point of view, far as the business aspect of it makes sense. Because when I saw Mike McCarthy come back, I'm like, are you serious? You know what I'm saying? Right. But when I look at it from the viewpoint that you put out there, hey, he got 1 year left on the contract. Put up or shut up, pretty much. Either get it turned around or just gonna pack up after you lose in the playoffs this year. Just gonna clean your dish out and get the hell on up out of here. So I'm with that. But we definitely need to figure something out on defense. The defensive philosophy is not gonna win us anything. So that I think that has to change. At least change that.
So who do we draft? What direction should our draft go in this season?
It should be, to me, it should be getting more physical. Now, however we plan to do that, it's fine. We get some big grown D lineman or fast physical linebacker. We need a Roquan or a Fred Warner type. Like, we need one of those. Unless we're gonna put Michael Parsons in middle linebacker, and if we can get another pass rusher, right? And we can move Michael back to linebacker and rush him sparingly. I'm cool with that. But we need to get more physical in the front. Really on both sides of the ball, we need to get more physical up front because I feel like we need to commit to run to the run as well. Mm-hmm. Like there was no commitment to the run.
Shit, we ain't had none.
Yeah, but I feel like it was no creativity at all either. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't too much different from what we had been seeing. You know, far as
Mhm.
in the run game. Yeah. So
Mhm. It looked like we had more creativity in games before the playoff, but it looked like once we got in the playoffs, getting in the playoff game once again, Mike McCarthy went stale, or he got, as some of the players behind the media said, um, he was stubborn to
very.
make adjustments. He was
Mm-hmm.
stubborn to make
Exactly.
things, to adjust to what Green Bay was doing. Same thing with defense. Dan Quinn just failed to adjust. I couldn't understand for the life of me why we were staying in zone coverage when we should have been in man-to-man coverage. I just didn't
Mm-mm.
understand it.
I think that would have
These
been
dudes were
worse.
wide open.
I think that would have
These
been
dudes were
worse if we
wide
was in
open.
man though, because they're too fast. That's why he went
But
in zone in the first place,
But
because
this,
them boys
but
is
this, but
fast though.
but
no,
this, but this my thing, though, bro.
it was times we should have
This
been in man though.
this my thing, bro. This my thing. Why can't we go combo? Like, so when you go zone, you basically taking Bland out the game. You know, Bland, the guy that led the league in picks. So you nullifying your best cover guy by going straight zone, where you can say, "Hey, Bland, you running man, we zoning everything out. We zoning everything else out." Right?
See, I didn't want them to be in zone either.
Try to confuse this QB who ain't throwing picks, because that's our bread and butter. We have to turn the ball over. Instead of showing him a vanilla zone pre-snap, not changing it, or showing him man coverage pre-snap, not changing it. When he threw that touchdown on Gillen, when he held the count and the two linebackers came like they were gonna blitz, I said, touchdown. I was like, touchdown. I'm like, y'all showed y'all hand, y'all showed y'all gonna blitz. He immediately checked the play, and we blitzed anyway. And left Gillen 1-on-1. Touchdown.
Mhm.
And don't forget, Gilly's not as fast as he used to be. So that's another reason why Gilly was also compromised, because of his shoulder.
And
He
and I,
was.
and it's
He was.
exactly
He was.
his
And
shoulder
He was.
wasn't 100% either.
and I know
Sean,
Quinn was doing that.
Sean, do you see a message from a Pray John, or Larry Pray John?
Like a message in my chat
Yeah, he
on the.
said, I don't know, on the screen.
Not recently. I don't see one I heard recently.
I don't see none either.
I see Brian Jones said Parks need to go back to linebacker. I agree. The last one I see from, he said Larry Prejon, he said, why were they playing zone?
Oh,
And I
okay.
agree. They should have added some players. That's the last comment I see from him.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
saw
see
that
it.
earlier.
How y'all see it? I don't see it.
Talking about that one there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the last one I saw from him.
Oh, I haven't seen. I don't see none of the comments.
I couldn't understand it at first, but then I knew Gilly was hurt. Gilly was hurt, and they
Yeah,
were
because
just
he
so
having
fast.
surgery now.
Yeah,
Right.
torn labrum.
Technically, he was hurt back then.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And see, and that's why everybody was killing me about Boss Man, right? And I said, Boss Man, this would have been a perfect game for him if his mental was right, because he's a 4-3 dude. That would have been
Mm-hmm.
Man.
perfect for him. But that's why I go back to like how we draft and how we prepare players. We just got to get them mentally tough. We not mentally tough. Let's call it what it is. There are times when we shit the bed. We're not mentally tough enough. And that's why I wanted a coaching change, because we need to be more mentally tough. Everybody loved Quinn, but Sunday we were not mentally tough whatsoever. Somebody should have been ripping helmets
on neither
off.
side of the ball. On neither side of the ball,
Somebody should have been like, "Yo,
So,
what we doing right now?" You know what I'm saying?
so
And that was a problem.
Can I go back to 3 years ago when I questioned the Quinn hiring?
You did.
Yeah, we were on here that night when we questioned it.
You questioned it like, "What we doing?" But
And then
we was
we
like, "We give it a
also
shot."
said we'll give him a chance. And then he kind of showed us a little bit. We was like, okay, we was wrong. But then 3 years in a row, at the end, he showed us exactly why we questioned him. So now, I'm gonna say this, and I'm about to ruffle some feathers, make some folks mad, but that wouldn't be me if I didn't. Um, and this is kind of flipping subjects just a little bit. This is kind of going to address the fans. Um, we all fans of our organization and of our team. We all are emotionally attached to these teams. So when these teams don't do what we want them to do or what we expect of them to do because we know what they're capable of doing, it tears us down. It tears our confidence down. It tears everything down about us with this team. But with that being said, I'm seeing a lot of comments and I'm seeing a lot of people on Facebook saying they done, they're leaving, they're not gonna be a fan anymore, or they're not gonna watch the Cowboys anymore, they're not gonna buy cowboy gear anymore, whatever. Do what you do. Because at the end of the day, we all tired. We all want the same thing. And nobody is asking or begging nobody to stay and be a Cowboys fan. You made this commitment and you chose this team at whatever age you decided to do it at. Some did it at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Some didn't do it until they got married. Some didn't do it till they got a boyfriend or a girlfriend that was a Cowboy fan. So those of you are Eagles fans, those of you that feel that Mike McCarthy is the reason that you're not going to be a Cowboy fan anymore, bye. You don't have to make an announcement. Just leave. I promise you we won't know. I promise you we won't notice. It's just simple as that. Nobody want to constantly keep seeing you post on Facebook that you know ain't gonna be a fan no more. Nobody want to constantly see you keep posting on the chat thing that you're not gonna be a fan anymore. Just leave. Go.
Nah, they
Find
need
another team.
attention.
It's
They need
31
attention.
other teams that you could root for. 31 other teams. And I know every last one of us sitting on here right now, we're all pissed. We're all angry. I had to get to a place where I even want to discuss this game. But I'm not finna sit here and lie and say I'm not going to support my team next year. I'm not going to go to no games next year. I'm not going to do whatever next year. Fine.
Oh
That
man,
just
you know we hitting that Atlanta game next year now. We
thank
gotta make it
you.
do what it
That's
do.
just going to that mean if you leaving, you leave. That's just going to make more space for me downstairs in the middle. Like, that just mean I might have an extra seat down there. I'm going to be able to sit
Yeah.
down. You know what I'm saying? I understand everybody's feelings about it. I understand everybody passionate about it. Nobody can say that you're a real fan or a fake fan because everybody support their team the way that they know how and the best way that they can. But it becomes a little bit like it's annoying. Like I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Okay, bye. Trust me, Jerry don't care. Cause if he cared, we wouldn't have had Jason Garrett for 10 years. If he cared how the fans felt. You know what I'm saying? He would have been put Jimmy Johnson in the ring of honor if he cared
Hmm.
how we felt. As fans, we are only fans. All we can do is choose to support or walk away. So if you want to walk away, walk away. But remember, damn show, I've got a black book, and when we do win, I better not see your ass get on now post social media and say DC for life, that's my boys, or nothing. And don't get in my inbox asking me where I get my jacket from and where I get my shirt from. Cause you say you're not a fan no more. So don't worry about my gear. Cause I'm gonna shop. And when that shit is on sale, I'm gonna get it. And I'm gonna be cute in it. We stood in line. I'm gonna tell you, we froze to death Sunday. That's another reason why I was mad. 13 degrees. And we
Wait,
walk and we get in here, and this is what we get from y'all.
man.
I was pissed. Then had to walk out in the cold to get back to our cars and walk with a sad face. So just imagine that feeling. So I do get it. Our passion, we love our teams, but at the end of the day, if you don't want to stay, you don't want to stay, just go. Don't bring us down no further than we already down. We already sitting with our head hung down. Just go. It's all good. But don't come back when we win either. That's it. Y'all go to the next topic.
You see the Skip Bayless reaction to the hiring or
Yeah, we saw it.
to the
Nobody don't
Mike
nobody don't say
McCarthy
Skip.
restate. I just
Yeah,
saw it for the first
you're
time.
right,
I was like,
Tangela. That shit was embarrassing.
that one.
What did he say?
He just had what?
There it is.
Oh yeah.
He said no, no.
Yeah,
That's what
he just
said.
said no. I mean, but
Just
we all
no.
knew that this was gonna happen. We knew. I never thought that Mike McCarthy was gonna get fired. I said Dan Quinn probably would,
Yeah.
but I never thought Mike McCarthy would. And in all actuality, y'all, if we just want to keep it real, keep it 100. Mike McCarthy do have a winning record, just
He do.
not in the playoffs.
Mm.
You know,
So, I'm looking at
it's
Ferg. I'm looking at Ferg Twitter. He just put a he put a picture of Al Gore and Mike McCarthy putting the chain on and doing the dance. Like so evidently Ferg is happy that he coming back.
right. And believe it
So
or not,
yeah,
the players like McCarthy,
Ooh.
and that played a role in the decision. That played a role in the
dude,
decision.
I don't care who like who at this point.
Just get the job done.
Get the damn job done. So
That's
then
it.
this is my thing. How what I can't understand is how this team not ready to play them. The
Them,
organization that ran you out
the
of town.
team that
How they
fired
how
you,
they not ready how they not ready to play them though?
the team that fired you.
The team that fired you.
But
I can't
Aaron
understand it.
Rodgers told us.
He did.
Aaron Rodgers told us. We just overlooked it.
Mm-hmm.
And
He was
and,
right.
and we overlooked it. And it's true. As fans, we see the records stacking up. We see the wins stacking up. So we start bypassing and overlooking shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
all the problems that we seen come exposed on Sunday night was all the problems we've been having all season.
Yeah.
Winning just masks those things. When you
Mm-hmm.
lose and you lose the way we lost Sunday night, and we lost and it was a one and done, that's when you see all of the bigger problems, and that's why everybody is in the uproar. But if you want to be 100 and keep it real, everything we seen Sunday night, that shit been here all season. It was just
Yeah.
getting
Yeah.
masked and
We've
masked
been
and
seeing it all
masked.
year. Yeah, we've seen
We've
it
been
all
seeing it
year.
all year.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen it all year. Buffalo ran right through us. We knew it. San
Mm-hmm.
Francisco was the first team to do it. So
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo followed their game plan.
No, the Cardinals were the
Well,
first
the
ones to do
Cardinals,
it.
that's right.
Well, yeah, the
Cardinals was the
Cardinals were the
first
first
team to
team.
do it.
Yeah.
Then 49ers followed their game plan with a little bit added to it. And then Bills followed the game plan with a little bit added to it. And then Green Bay came back and did the smackdown with it.
Mm-hmm.
Period. It ain't the first time. We just overlooked it because we made the playoffs. We overlooked it because we was going into the playoffs with Green Bay, a lesser team that we thought was a lesser team. We
We
went
thought it
in
was a
over
lesser team.
we went in overconfident. We went
Mm-hmm.
in the fact that we hadn't lost the game at home 2 years in a row. Nobody felt like they needed to be prepared. You know why they couldn't adjust? Because they wasn't prepared to adjust.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they couldn't adjust. That lets me know that all y'all preparations was zero because you couldn't adjust. Simple as that. So we're gonna ride this 1 year out with Mike McCarthy, get the job done, or we know he gone. Simple as that. And basically, and honestly, that too. Here we go. Simple as that. I see them trying to get Trey Lance ready this year. I don't think they're gonna keep Cooper. I think Cooper Rush should be gone. Um, this his last. I don't even think. I thought he was a free agent after this year. But Kenyatta said he think he had another year, but I thought he only had a 1 year deal.
Yeah, he's on a 2-year deal.
So it was two. Okay.
Oh, Rush is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I
know if
thought
it's
it
a
was
player
only
option
one.
or not, but
Yeah.
I saw it was a 2-year deal.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So we'll see. You know, but all this howling about, and to be honest, you still ain't got no quarterback out there that you can bring in that can just offer it. You still ain't got none out there. We still ain't got none. And the
Oh,
ones
you
that's
ain't
coming,
here?
The ones
You
that's
hear what the
coming in the
fans said,
draft, they're
Nick?
gonna be gone within the first 3 rounds, first 4 rounds. The ones that's coming
Mhm.
in. So you gonna jump 20 spots to get one? We ain't got no
Yeah,
5th or no 6th round pick.
yeah. You got to
You better sit your ass
give
down.
up one of them 9 all pros you got.
Oh, you ain't hear that? Now, one of the
Yeah,
fans said Trey
trade one of
Parsons.
them 9 all pro. You said
They said
what?
trade Parsons to the Bears. Trade Parsons to the Bears, so
That
you can
can't happen.
get Caleb Williams, and then trade Dak for another
No.
first round pick to go and get one of the pass rushers from Alabama. I almost laughed my behind off when I read
It's
that online today.
terrible.
That's exactly what the fans think. This is fantasy football. I'm telling you right now. They said trade Parsons for the #1 pick, go and draft Caleb Williams, and then trade that so you can go out and get a pass rusher. I said, oh my
No.
goodness gracious. That's exactly what they said. Social media is
No.
crazy with some of these fans. That's what
really
they
is.
do. That's what they do. They think it's fantasy football. Like you just train anybody for anybody. No, it's
Let me
not
tell you-
Madden either. And that's the
Boogie,
problem.
let me tell you right off jump, I'm telling you, Caleb Williams has to go to a special organization
I know.
because Lil Buddy is special, right? If you want to talk about Micah being emotional, nah, man. This is the same kid that said he wasn't going to declare if Chicago said he wasn't going to take him, or so all this other bullshit that he said prior to
Oh
the draft,
yeah.
where he's like, I'm not going to declare because I don't want to go
Yes, sir.
do this, and I'm not going to go to a rebuilding organization. Like, bitch, who do you think you're going to go play for as a top prospect in
Like,
the NFL?
if you get drafted that high, the team probably suck.
He think he Eli. He think he Eli Manning because he got a Heisman.
Which
That's how that
Eli
works,
are we
man.
gonna? Which Eli do you want to see? Do you want to see Eli with the can or Eli with the?
After it's split.
I don't know which one it is, but he think he Eli. But my doubts about Caleb is that basically when he played in cold weather, he didn't play well.
At the exit of the TDO.
So I'll say the one. I know Nikki was asking earlier about.
I was going to take pictures and email. And I was like,
which way? Or what do you want to see for the draft?
You'll know, if
So
whatever.
for me, right, I got 2 names that I am actively looking for, and that's Jeremiah Trotter Jr., a linebacker out of Clemson. Please, I want him just on the love for the team, and give me my cousin Josh Newton from TCU, so I can go buy a jersey real quick. I'm happy. That's it. That's all I need.
Yeah, I'll get on about it.
You said that's all you need.
That's all I need. Those 2. Like I said, we got Isaiah Rodgers coming back from the suspension. That takes care of Trashberry. We need a stud linebacker.
I already know you're gonna pick. You're gonna pick Kool-Aid from Alabama, cornerback. You're gonna pick Kool-Aid. I tell you, because he plays in the SEC, and y'all have a bunch of Bama and Georgia players on your defense. Watch what I tell you.
We dug that well too deep already, bro.
I think y'all gonna pick Kool-Aid.
We dug that well too deep already. It ain't gonna happen. I think Howie's got to cool off on the SEC only draft.
But I'm just saying, Kool-Aid's right there from Alabama, Roll Tide every day, all day. But I'm just telling you.
I mean, I know you're a fan, but that don't mean we got to be a fan.
Shoot, I wish we had more Bama players on our team, or SEC players on the team. To be honest with you, we need some dogs. We need some dogs. We need some dogs.
See, here's the problem with that thinking, right? We guzzled literally that Kool-Aid, right, for the last couple of years, and it really hasn't given us a whole hell of a lot of consistency, right? We got Nakobe Dean. He sat for a year, and then he came for a year, and he basically sat for another year, being hurt constantly. We got Jordan Davis. He sat for a year, and then he came back, and then apparently Buddy can't stop eating chicken wings, and he's fat and slow.
That was some
Right?
Philly cheesesteaks. That's what it is.
I mean,
some Philly cheesesteaks of Philly, man. Come on.
They are pretty damn good, right?
Come on, man.
Then we got
Cheese
Noel,
fries,
right?
all that in Philadelphia.
Noel looked good, but Noel got limited playing time. Right? We got JC. JC did really well in the beginning of the year, but then I think he got tired, right? Because that schedule is different, right? So I hate to say it, but I think Howie went too deep to the well on the SEC right now, especially on Alabama and Georgia. Just burn a timeout on those two. Go look at some of the other Power 5 conferences. Go get my boy Josh Newton so I can get a jersey, and let me have a good day about it.
I'm telling y'all right now, you're gonna pick Kool-Aid. I'm telling you right now because y'all have a deficiency. It's either Kool-Aid or the cornerback from Iowa. That's who you. I'm telling you.
That's what Josh Newton is. I'm saying. Cornerback TCU.
The quarterback from Iowa. He's no joke. DeJohn or whatever they call him. DeJohn, he's from Iowa. He broke his leg or he has an ACL tear, but that boy, he's a punt returner too. That boy bad.
When did he tear?
That was like a couple months ago. He tore it.
Yeah.
But he's still supposed to be a first round draft choice.
I don't. Cornerback with an ACL tear as a first round pick. That's a reach. That's a reach for me.
Yeah, it's supposed
even
to be
with the talent, right? Even with the talent that's there, because of the amount of time that he's going to sit out because of the injury, you'd be hard pressed to find an organization that's willing to take a risk on somebody that has an injury like that he's not even going to play a majority of the season.
It's either him or Kool-Aid. I'm telling you, him or Kool-Aid.
I don't see it. I don't see corners going early, man.
Really? Yeah.
I see offensive linemen.
Cornerbacks are good.
I told you that center from Oregon would be my first pick.
He's good. He's not bad. But there's some other cats out there too that's pretty good. Especially wide receiver position. We need to go after skilled players.
Man, we need O-line. We need
O-line.
We need to upgrade that O-line.
We need a D tackle.
Defensive
tackle. I agree with you.
Linebacker. Running back. Wide receiver.
Edrin Cooper. We can get Edrin Cooper in the second.
Water boy. Collect tower boys.
We need some speed. We need
clean
some
the stadium people.
That's what we need.
So I'm not going to disagree with you.
We need to hire them people that would shovel snow in Buffalo
for
$20
an hour.
Those were fans.
But no,
those were fans.
That was fans.
That's what I mean. We need to hire them.
Make y'all laugh. So
the reason I give you those names, right? It specifically those names because of where they're going to fall in the draft. Is because those are the money rounds for Howie, right? 3, 4, 5 are the money rounds for Howie, where he seems to find players that are much better than advertised, right? He has not really had many first, second round draft picks that have hit and have stuck really well. But 3, 4, 5, it seems to be where he really hones in on these guys, these fringe players that end up coming in and balling out. That's why I focus more on those rounds, and we just kind of play with 1 and 2. So, and that's only because historically speaking, that's what I got to look at because that's where we go typically.
We gonna need something. I'll tell you that because you guys have 8 picks, we have 7, and you picked number 22, I think, or 21. We picked
23?
number 24.
And we picked number 24.
24.
So you above us right now.
Yeah, we picked number 24. So but
I wouldn't honestly be surprised if that center is still sitting there and we get later in the day that we don't trade back just to get more capital.
Well, we need a center too. We might need a center.
We need a center too because this is not it. He's a free agent.
Who?
Yeah, he's a free agent. Biotis.
Well, he about to be a free agent.
And he was one of those dudes that I was looking at a few years ago. I was like, man, we need to go get this guy. And when you picked him, I was like, damn.
He started coming on, but I had a problem with him in the beginning. But he started kind of like he started coming on. But
because he's an Iowa guy, right?
I don't want no more Michigan players.
Wisconsin
though.
Yeah, I'm good on.
I'm good on Michigan. I don't want no more Michigan
We
players.
picked the wrong ones though. Michigan does have some good players in the NFL. We just picked the wrong ones.
They usually have some decent tight ends.
Well,
Yeah, we just picked
I
the
don't want
wrong
no more.
ones.
I don't want
No,
no tight ends.
Iowa. I go to
I don't
Iowa
want
for
no
tight
PT.
ends.
I don't want none of ass. Miser ass can't move his feet, can't move his hands. He can't look down. He can't look
Skull
up.
dropping touchdown.
He can't turn around. He can't push the pack. He can't push.
Oh my God, y'all are funny.
He can't slide to the right or the left. His feet get tangled up and shit. We good. I had
No more
and
Michigan
just
players
think,
coming through.
I always welcome them in. That's my booze. He gone. He off the list. Just that fast.
Is he from Michigan?
So I got to pivot to ask this question real quick. I know you guys have seen the RG3 Jay Gruden back and forth.
Yes,
What did you think about that? Unless you've already talked about that before.
I seen it today.
It was
I seen it
hilarious.
today.
It was hilarious. That's the only thing I could think of. I like it's old, but it's hilarious.
Do you
It was
think
hilarious.
do you think Jay was in the wrong, or do you think RG3 was in the wrong, or do you think RG3 was in the right to kind of call out his former coach the way he did?
I
I
think
think they were
RG3 was
both
right.
in the right. I think they both was in the right, but it was just funny to me. It was just
But
funny.
you saw how it ended, though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Jay said, "All right, you right. My bad. God bless. Have a good night."
No, it ended because of what's the punt returner's name? He got involved in that.
Oh, did I miss part of it?
Yeah, the punt returner got involved
Ooh.
in that, and then that went left, and that was funny too. So I don't know, man. Sometimes, man, this drama shit it was just too much for me. I said, man, this is crazy.
I just thought it was interesting, right? Because I mean, RG3's career was cut short because of what Jay did. But I mean, we're talking how many years later is this since RG3 been out, and now it comes to a head.
Mm-hmm.
So that mean that
That was
he been holding that in.
yeah,
Yeah,
both
he
of
definitely
them.
been holding it
They
there.
both been holding it in.
And I
But
think that's something
RG3 is holding that resentment big time because I as well as RG3 is doing for himself now, and congratulations, bro, for doing so well for yourself, getting on prime time and being a face for the NFL and speaking you speak. But man, to have your career cut short like that
Yeah,
on some bullshit
yeah,
because a coach don't know how to manage you as a dual threat quarterback
yeah.
when dual threat quarterbacks like we're already a thing. Like, man, that's terrible, man.
well, that's where that's what we as fans got to understand that we do it. We sit on our couches at home and we bitch and complain about this, that, and the other. But to the coaches, to the NFL, to the GMs, those guys that are out there playing ain't nothing but dollar signs to them.
Mm-hmm.
They are, there are some that are generally concerned about players as individuals, but I guarantee you at least 75% of the people out there that has any kind of any kind of decisions that comes to money, it's all about what can this player do for me, and when they get done, it's over. They're over and done. So that's why I tend not to, I don't really criticize the player. I criticize their intent sometimes or their heart, because I'm 5'7", 190 pounds. If I could play in the NFL, I think that I would appreciate it, a lot more than some of these players do sometimes.
Yeah.
So that's just me.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why I get so upset with some of these players when they do some of the things they do, because it's like it's so many people that wish they had some of these guys. People wish they had the opportunity, you know, and you were able to get this chance and get this opportunity, and you come in and you just do stupid stuff, like Antonio, Bryant, he just a basket case, but you 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 just had it all because you can't take away his talent. The dude was a talented dude, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He was good, but
Blame
he
it on the
just
money.
but he
CTE.
yeah. CT. I honestly think that fool got CTE.
Oh,
And
easy.
And the
I
thing
don't
about
even
it
think there's a
is,
question now.
right,
Y'all are
I don't think
funny.
there's a question.
right. And the thing about it is you can't, they can't test it until you die. And that's crazy to me. You
That is
know?
crazy.
I just feel like it should be a way that they should be able to determine that. But then I just also don't like the way that the NFL do these players once they out the league with insurance and benefits and paying for, I just don't like how they do them. You done used up their bodies, you done did all this to them, and now they can't even get the proper health care. I just think that's just so unfair.
Didn't they fix that this last offseason though?
Or the proper payments, you know?
I thought they addressed that in the offseason where they said they were going to give these guys, healthcare for life on that because it was such a big deal with the CTE and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did, but I think it was something else, another hang up that happened, and
Okay.
it's going back to court.
Oh
It got to
Jesus.
go back to court again. It was another hang up or something that happened that it got to go back to court again or whatever. So I don't know, but um, it is
So
what it is.
you know what that brings up something that we saw. I'm sure a lot of us saw, right? The Patrick Mahomes helmet issue,
Oh yeah,
right?
that
Yeah,
was
Man,
that was
So
crazy.
crazy.
the damn helmet
yeah.
cracked open, and then
Yes,
the refs allowed him to. How many snaps was he allowed to play with that thing like that? It was at least one, right? And there was a question like, okay, so what happens if Pat takes another hard hit to the head
and
and that shell explodes completely? Or what happens if a defender comes in and tries to tackle him and gets a finger caught in that crack and it rips his finger clean off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then on the backside of that, they allowed him to switch a helmet without calling a timeout or anything like that. But then the underlying question that I had, and I think I mentioned it somewhere, was so the NFL said that players cannot have two shells, cannot have more than two shells because of safety reasons, right? So you can have your primary shell and an alternate, and that's it. How are you going to say that? And then the next breath, you have a perfectly good helmet ready to go on a moment's notice to hand off to the quarterback and say, okay, go. But you're going to talk about you can only have two shells for player safety. And then you saw how much time they had to spend adjusting that helmet for him to wear to go in the next series.
You're
Mm-hmm.
right.
Some don't seem right, man. I look at that as complete bullshit, right? If you're saying we can only have two shells, you can only have two damn shells. What do? You're telling me you got another shell ready to go with the equipment in it with the green dot, and you're ready to just put it on his head and send him right back in. But we can only have two shells.
It's Patrick Mahomes, baby. That's why.
But it ain't even him,
It's
right? So
different.
it wasn't that long ago. One of our offensive linemen got his face mask ripped off, or it was like flipped up, right? And they had to replace the helmet, and they had another helmet for him, and it was like, here, give me that one. I'll give you this one. Go back and play. Like, how can you say I'm only going to allow you to have two shells, but then you have a spare sitting on the side, but you telling me that we can't have multiple helmets? Something's going on here. And I say that because I have an uncle of mine who is the Northeast region director of concussion protocol for the NFL, right? Like he oversees the entire Northeast region. He used to be a trainer for the Tampa Bay Bandits back in the day. He used to work for the Chicago Bears, and then he went to work for the NFL in concussion protocol. So he was designing these helmets, right? I just don't understand it. And at the same time, too, I still think that these helmets that these players are wearing right now are softer and are causing more injuries than they were back in the day. We've changed the way we tackle, right? So it's less hits to the head. But you see dudes catch a knee to the head and they get a concussion. That shit don't happen 10 years ago. I'm sorry. It don't happen 10 years ago. Maybe it's just me looking at things like I do, but I'm an analyst, so I want to read things like this. But I'm curious to see what all y'all's opinion on this is with these helmets.
Ain't safe.
I thought they were revolutionary, actually. That's why they wanted to basically stop the concussions and been testing helmets, putting all these different cushionings in there, putting these different sensors in the helmets. And I thought they were revolutionary. Now, when that happened to Mahomes, I was like, damn, that's odd. I've never seen that happen. I've never seen that happen. So I don't know. Maybe they have to go back to the drawing board. I don't know with these helmets. I don't know.
Book, you played ball back in the day, right?
I played baseball and ran track more than I played football because it was too cold outside. But football was my best sport, actually. Football was my best sport.
Sean, I know you played, so I know you remember the old school shells. Mr. Cowboy, you played ball back in the day, right?
Nah, I shot ball. I hooped. I didn't play football.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I played back in the day. I can look at these helmets and tell the difference. And I know, Sean, you can attest to this, right? The composition of these helmets, the materials that these things are made out of, while they were aiming for player safety, I think became more of a player detriment as far as preventing injury from a shell perspective, right? The internals, without question, right, is so much better than the air pump that we all had, because we all had that little, handheld pump that we had two nozzles that we pumped in, right? One at the crown and one in the back. And that's how we filled up our helmets. Now they're all custom molded, blah, 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 right? But the shell itself, I think, has become softer. And I think that is making it worse on these players for mitigating concussions or everything else, because you get these guys that come down, right? Receivers, right? Catching the ball over the top and they come down, knock their head, concussion, they're out, right? Again, the hits are different, right? But these concussions are coming, I feel like, more often because of the helmet. And I really, like I said, I just wanted to ask you guys your opinions on these helmets, because I think it's a real concern. And it all goes back to the discussion we had on CTE with Antonio, right?
Yep. But Jeff, I'm gonna have to report you to I'm gonna have to report you to HR because you asked all the men, did they play football and did they wear a helmet?
Nick, did you
Never
play ball?
once asked me, did I play football with a helmet just because I'm a female? I take it as that. So no, I
So it
did
had
not
nothing
play.
to do with you being a female, right? We didn't even have female
I'm
football
just messing.
until the LFL, right?
So
And if anybody knows who the LFL is, I appreciate you too, right?
the
But
answer
even
is
then, they're wearing hockey
is
helmets.
the answer is
Plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the
1, 2,
fifth.
3, 4,
Yeah, I
5.
plead the fifth.
you're not supposed to exclude me just because. You're supposed to still go around the table and ask the question. But the answer
I'm an old
Kelly
head.
played
Forgive
Little
me.
League. Kelly
You see all
Kelly
this
played
gray
Little
right
League
here?
football.
You see all this gray right here? I'm an old head. Forgive me. I'm stuck in my ways.
The answer is no, I did not play football. I
She
ran track
played
and I
Little
was a
League.
cheerleader. And
She
I
played
played
flag.
flag
Kelly played
football.
flag.
I played
Kelly
flag
played flag.
football.
Yeah.
There you go. They
And
played flag.
I
it
played
wasn't
flag.
intentional to leave you
I
out like
know.
that. It was because I
I'm
know,
just messing with you.
folks of our generational status, we'll
Right.
call it that way,
I'm just
understand
messing
where
with
it
you. I
was
played
back in the
flag.
day,
Yeah.
right?
I just
So
played flag.
there's no malintent there. You know I still love you, girl.
I just played flag. I
I know.
wasn't trying to do all that extra shit. Go on, take my
Flag my
flag.
ass.
Look, go
Kelly
on,
said
take my
flag
flag. So
my
I go sit down and eat my pizza. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
You talking about the helmets? What about when receivers basically run over the middle and they get tackled below the kneecaps? Receivers don't like that.
That's
That's
a
the
really good
ACL
point too.
That's getting bad.
That's a really good
getting
point
real
too.
bad. What about that?
Tyler Higbee.
We worried about the helmets, but what about the knees, the ACLs and MCLs?
I think they're one in the same book, right? Because that goes when the Tyler Higbee hit, right? Because they even mentioned it right then. They said, "Hey, we polled a lot of players, and it was like, which hit would you rather get rid of, the ones to the head or the ones to the knees?" And 90+% said, "Get rid of the ones to the knees. I can deal with a concussion, but what I can't deal with is you cutting my knees out and taking me out for a year. Now I can't play ball for a year instead of maybe a couple weeks and let me recover from a concussion." So you're absolutely spot on with that one too, Bo.
Yeah, it's the rehab too. It's the rehab going through that. I've seen that because I ruptured my Achilles. So I've seen the rehab for the ACLs, and I'd rather rupture my Achilles any day of the week.
Well, was it Nick Chubb? Nick Chubb.
I know that hit on him too was bad.
And that's not the first time he's had a hit like that on that knee.
Yeah, he tore that knee up before too.
OBJ, same knee, ACL tears, right? It's weird. Like, the more I think they focus on player safety, the worse I think it gets, if I'm really honest.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
What are we going to do about grass? Objective.
Are they going to play on grass or turf? Which one is it? Which I've seen injuries on both, though.
Bro,
that's the thing.
Yeah,
grass or turf. And what is the absolute worst field in the NFL?
It's MetLife Stadium.
Yes, sir.
MetLife Stadium is the worst.
Turf.
It's the worst. So I don't know. But it depends, though, because I've seen bad injuries on grass as well, though. It depends.
You're going to have it. You're going to have it, right? You're not going to escape it because of the nature of the game itself, right? But it goes back to that thing talking about, the more you trying to make it safe, the more people become skittish, right? You become tense when you make hits. And it's just like in an accident with somebody who's sober and somebody who's drunk, right? A sober driver in a bad accident is more likely to get hurt than a drunk driver in a bad accident, because the drunk driver in a bad accident is loose. That's proven medical fact. That's what I think has happened to the NFL. They've made players try to think too hard about how, when, and where they're hitting a player, instead of just going out there and cracking skulls like we used to, where, you got hit, but you're not hit and you're out for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, because you got a concussion.
Too much money involved now, too. Don't forget about the money.
I agree.
The money's greater.
There's so many
changed
things
because of the money.
Yeah, man.
The money, the TV
things.
contracts. You know what I'm saying? Amazon and all these other places, and Peacock. It's money in the FanDuels and the fantasy. It's just a lot of money involved now. Peacock, and that's what's causing all this nonsense, to be honest. That's the money
Peacock,
game now.
That was the highest stream game of all time. That one game, Peacock.
Yeah.
Highest stream game of all time.
I fell asleep on that. I was going in and out.
They set the precedent. It's going right there. Terrestrial cable, all that going. Say goodbye. 3 years. Bet.
Well, I know like we done did over a 3-hour show, almost 2 or 4 hours. So,
and nobody's tired. Hey.
Nope.
So let's.
I passed on dinner to get on with y'all too.
Oh wow, we appreciate that.
Well, so I like you guys a little bit. This is fun. Plus, it's the last week of the regular
for us.
Postseason.
We out of here.
Right? So I had to make sure I was on. I had to get some FaceTime with y'all, man.
We out, man. I can't believe we out. Damn.
We out.
Everybody.
I know. That's why I made my TikTok today with all my videos, with all my songs from the pictures from Sunday night, and I put the song "It's So Hard to Say Goodbye" to it. That's what I did. Like, I can't believe we're leaving out of here, but and it was sad leaving out the stadium because you had like all the people working, and they were like, bye, see y'all next year, see y'all next season. It was kind of sad. It was real sad. But so what are your Jeff, starting with you? What is your final for tonight? Final word, final comments for tonight.
I mean, I got to thank all you four, first and foremost, and Mr. Jeep. I know he was only here for a little bit.
I'm glad.
Everybody who's been on this show this year. I mean, I was only on for a little bit. I don't know how long he was on for, right? But for everybody that's on the show, first and foremost, I want to say thank you for having me. I know I bleed a different color, right, because of my alliances with my team. But I really appreciate you guys having me on again this year as much as you have. Sean, I know it kind of comes back. My dogs are getting pissed now because they haven't been outside in a while. It was crazy having the roof done today and watching them go crazy. But No, like I said, I want to thank you guys first and foremost for having me on. The folks that are in the chat, fans, the non-fans, the haters, the ones who ride with me. I appreciate every single one of you. No more, no less. I'm looking forward to some downtime for this off season, but then it's a quick ramp up because April is going to get here quick, and the draft, and then the free agency, and then OTAs, and then camp, and then here we go again. And if nobody was sleeping, I do the Dak Prescott right now. Talking about here we go to the next season. Why you laughing like that, bro?
Oh my God, you funny.
I'm quick with it, man.
All right, Mr. Jerome.
I just want to say I appreciate the diversity that's on this panel. Like, we don't agree on everything, but we can voice those differences and just agree to disagree and move on, right? And still have a good time. So I'm very appreciative of that. And and everybody in the comment section. I know I like to go in that comment section. That's kind of my thing. That's what I do. So I really appreciate everybody in the comment section. I think you guys make this show go just as well as everybody else on the panel.
What's that? An HR comment right there? Talking about diversity? What we talking about?
All right. All right.
Yo.
K-Book. All right, K-Book.
Listen, y'all already know how I feel. Thank all the viewers, listeners. The panel's dope. We bring a different type of energy, right? And I like the energy compared to some of the other podcasters out there, some of the other content creators, because we can all sit here, we can agree, disagree, and still have a good time. And that's what life is about, just having a good time, not holding any grudges and whatever else, just having a good time and talking Cowboy football, talking Eagles football, just talking football, sometimes politics, sometimes other topics or subject
Magic
matter
City.
dealing with football, strip clubs, can't live with Magic City. So it's a great environment. You know what I'm saying? I love coming here. I can be having a stressful day at work now. So you know what? Let me get on this podcast and everything is rosy. So thank everybody for coming. The panel's dope. Everybody else out there, y'all got a lot of competition out here. Y'all got to come and catch us. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate each and every one of you. I do. And go Cowboys. Even though we out, go Cowboys forever. Been a fan for 48 years.
All right,
So, hey, it is what it is.
Sean?
He on mute.
I just want to say, us as fans, we shouldn't. I feel like sometimes that we shouldn't get mad at the person who is the player out there on the field. We should get mad at the effort or the performance. At the end of the day, they're still people. So all the fans who are getting, they're getting players' phone numbers and calling them and sending them death threats and all this kind of stuff.
I ain't never went that far, not Sean.
We ain't talking about you, Nick.
Nah. You coming around my corner now. Now I had to come.
We ain't talking about you. I don't think she sent no death threats.
Don't come around this corner.
I don't think you said no death threats, but we just gotta realize that these guys are humans too. I'm disappointed in the season, how the season ended, but I enjoyed 19 weeks of football, whether we was on a bye or not. And I think that we said at the beginning of the year how, a lot of times we always were thinking ahead and trying to, during weeks 1 and 2, we're trying to already get to the playoffs and the Super Bowl. No, enjoy each week of football, because guess what? We're not going to have football in about another 4 weeks. We're going to have another form of football, but it's not going to be our favorite teams.
Yeah.
So we're going to, once the Super Bowl ends, especially since none of our teams is going to be in the Super Bowl, once the season ends, we're going to be crying for football. We're going to be sitting on NFL Network watching games from last year. We're going to be talking about all the offseason, quick trades or whatever, or anything that happens, all the offseason transactions, looking forward to the next year. You guys said it best. We all don't agree. There's a lot of things that we didn't agree on tonight. But when I get out of this chat, I still look forward to talking to you guys in the chats. I don't, just because I don't agree with some of your comments doesn't mean that I don't, like you as a person.
Right.
So I've enjoyed these, Nikki. I've enjoyed these now 6 years that we've been together. You are the second longest relationship that I'm in at this time.
Yeah.
I
don't know if I don't know.
I don't know. That should have been said like that. You almost made me look like a side piece.
Damn.
Did she say side piece?
You made me look like I'm the side piece. Like I'm the one. Like I'm the one that come with the side dishes, the macaroni and the green beans.
No. I said you are the second longest relationship I've been in at this current time. That could be family members. That could be job. That could be a lot of different things.
They gotta have. Hey, you gotta have a sense of humor to be on here with us.
Of course.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, it's Mr. Williams.
Yeah, Mr. Williams, you gotta give us a shout out. We're here every week.
Every Tuesday.
Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on. Yeah, it was my fault we couldn't get on yesterday.
Every Tuesday.
Yeah, we ain't no homers. We ain't no homers like that. We tell
the truth. We tell the truth.
We're not a homer.
We're not gonna.
No.
We're not gonna sit up here and pacify somebody because they got to pay for your braces and all of that stuff.
Look where I'm at.
Oh, you at work? Yeah,
work.
We're not gonna get mad because they cut players because they had to pay for your braces and all of that stuff. We don't do that.
Yeah, but some fans do though. Oh my gosh, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, they get mad when the player. They get mad when the player get cut because they scared it's gonna stop them from getting their braces and stuff paid for. But we don't do that.
That means they gambling on FanDuel and
fantasy
football. That's what they doing.
No, they ain't gambling on FanDuel. They friends with their player and their player been getting their mouth and stuff fixed. Anyway.
She telling secrets.
I'm trying not to laugh, bro. Like she kept
hitting on that horn.
I'm trying to go to low road. She said,
"Diming somebody out right now."
Like she kept shooting this shot.
I'm surprised she didn't say they getting their BBLs done and all that stuff. I said, "Wow, their braces." Okay.
I'm Dion. I don't know how to go high. I just know how to go low. I don't know how to go high. I know how to go low.
Hey man, get them braces done.
Well, shit, it's been 2 years now, and you still wearing them braces, baby. That mean your teeth were were bad.
Yo, why somebody gonna be looking for people with braces now?
It's been 2 years now.
You see her with braces?
Oh man.
You're too grown to be walking around with braces.
You better not see nobody with braces now in the chats, online, nothing. Be like, oh shoot, this one you talking about with the braces?
I thought wanting to wear braces be a rapper. You supposed to do that when you was a little kid. They found out they want to be rappers at like 3-4 years old, not 25 and 30. But anyway.
Oh my goodness.
So with that,
I ain't saying my part. Don't be y'all ain't finna shoot me, shot me on my shine.
Wait a minute, did she say you ain't about to shoot me, Shawty?
Shout me on my
I was just about to say on that note, Nikki, take us out, please.
No, but all just aside, I just want to say, like we always say, I thank each and every one of you for joining us and being here with us, especially our viewers. I know a lot of times, especially when we change days, it can be conflicting for everybody, but for the most part, our regulars, they always tend to be here for us and show up for us and everything. We have our season ended in a very sad way for us. It was not how we expected it to end. But all we can do is hope that next year in the draft they get what they need to get along with other players, and we can possibly try to get to where we're trying to get. That includes you as well, Jeff, being here with us as an Eagles fan. It's not often that another team fan can join you, but you can all have the same mind frame on different things of what each one of your teams need done. Um,
Mm.
we're not only friends with Jeff when he come on the set, but he's also friends with us behind the scene. So we have a great working relationship with each other, even with
Kelly.
Mr.
Damn.
Cowboys Nation, and we have a great working relationship with
Ooh,
him.
Lord, Kelly feeling Kelly. What's
Oh
up,
my,
Kelly?
Kelly.
Cal?
Oh my.
Damn.
I mean, let me wrap
I'm
this up
not gonna.
because Kelly then went out to the tracks. She out.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. This is Talking Stars After Dark. It's after midnight. This is Talking Stars After Dark. That's what
This
it is.
I
this talking
mean,
stars on the way to the Magic City.
This is it. This is Stars Talking Cowboys After Dark. That's what this is.
good grief.
Yo.
But
Yo.
just of course we know with Cowboys. Cowboys is the girlfriend or the boyfriend that you've been having for a long time, and every year you're gonna break up with him because he do something wrong. But then when it's in the middle of the season, he do something right, so you keep him, and you keep him a little longer because he's showing that he's trying to improve and do better signs. That's what the Cowboys are to most of us. It's a bad relationship. That's all. It's just a bad relationship. But anyway, without you guys, we couldn't do what we do. Sean, I think it's been 7 years for me and you. More than one person have actually just hit me up and asked how did me and you get started. So it's been 7 years for me and you. Jeff was with us in the beginning, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It was me, you, Jeff. Okay, so me, you, Jeff, and Sean been 7 years. Then down the line we added um another person that couldn't comprehend. And then down the line we added
Yo, that dude was off the chain. That dude was off the chain. I don't know what was wrong with him.
then down the line we
Cool
added
dude.
Kenyatta, and it's been a great. And then we got Mr. Cowboy Nation. So I'm so grateful for who we have. I'm a firm believer that God removes people and add people to you for a specific reason. And we might not know why then, but we know why now. And I wouldn't change any of you guys for anyone. That's for sure. I feel like we built this bond that one of y'all go, we all go. Simple as that. We're a team. We're a team. So I make a TSP and I'm bringing y'all with me. So
All
just
right.
want to let y'all know that.
Watch out, Molly.
Well, I don't know, Kenyatta, you Alabama fan, but
Roll Tide, baby. You LSU. You LSU. What you talking about? Roll Tide all day, every day. Let's go.
I don't know about you. You're an Alabama fan. I have to see about that.
Come on
Um,
now.
I got to go. I got to go in my prayer closet on it.
Yo, oh my God. Lord have
Oh,
mercy. She said prayer closet. We in
I
trouble.
went to my prayer closet at the game Sunday. I know I told you I found me a prayer closet at the game. I went to my
I
prayer
thought you was
closet.
lying. I thought you was just being
No,
funny.
I
You
went to my
did?
prayer. I found a prayer closet. I went to my prayer closet at the game, and she's the prayer closet at the game told me, baby, don't waste no more prayers in here. They is not winning. Get on out of here and go watch the game.
Yo. He said, baby, go ahead. Not today.
She say, baby, don't even waste no more time. We won't have no more prayers to waste. Go on back out there. But
Imagine
Oh
no,
man.
I'll just a side note. But I appreciate you guys. I really do. And I'm the only female, and I know there's other plenty females that's doing what I'm doing, and they would love to have the opportunity and the chance to be up here, um, with you guys, and for you guys to take me serious. Is me that mean that's what means the most to me is that you all take me serious as a female, and y'all don't think that I'm just doing something just because I want to do it or just because it's considered the right thing to do. Y'all honestly value me and y'all value my opinion. Now y'all might say stuff about me behind my back in y'all own little chat, but I bet not ever see it. But
You talking to Kenneth too much. You better stop that shit, girl. Goddamn, you and Kenneth. I'm gonna tell somebody on you. I don't know, but go ahead.
you can't tell nobody on me.
I'm gonna tell somebody on you and Kenneth. I'm gonna
Oh, okay.
tell.
But anyway, thank you guys. I really, really appreciate you guys. Just coming from a woman's point of view and standpoint, it's hard. This is hard for women, and for me to be up here with four men that I know the game, know the sport, know it in and out, but still believe in me. I really, really appreciate you guys. I do. I kind of want to cry, but I had some Ciroc, so I ain't gonna cry.
Oh my god. She said she had some Ciroc. What flavor? Coconut? Coconut? What you had? Coconut, watermelon? Which one?
I only drink apple.
That's what's up.
That's why Sean sitting up there looking like Nikki just going crazy tonight.
Oh,
Man.
Don't do Pam like that, bro.
Wow, why we gotta
Kelly?
Pam Oliver? Listen, somebody gonna
Hey,
call Pam.
nah, because I used to take up for Pam. Like, y'all leave Pam alone, but it's
Well,
to
I
the
reached
point.
out.
It's like, baby, what
I
you
reached
doing?
out to her people.
Wait, Nikki, you did what?
I reached out. I reached out to her people. I did. I reached out to
And
her.
what are people saying?
I told them that if she's gonna be calling any of these playoff games, that if she's gonna wear the wig, can y'all please make sure that it's pulled up? Just pull it up.
Man, like
Pull it up.
Put a hat on. She need a hat on, not a.
Whatever
she
it's
need a hat on.
Put a hat
whatever,
on.
whatever
That
it's.
doesn't look like they dig. There's an adder somewhere and put
But
it
all
on
she
her
have
head,
to do is pull it up. Pull it up. Like up.
Wait a minute. Doesn't she talk to her husband before she gets
Her
on?
husband,
The field?
her husband, he used to seeing it, so it look okay to him.
Oh hell no! He should tell her like, yo, babe, that's not a good look for you right now.
But if you
love her.
but Kenyatta, that's like somebody. That's like when you used to seeing something, it becomes a norm, so you don't
It's
even
normal
realize
too.
that it's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
And then somebody tell you, then you say, "Oh, I didn't even realize that I was putting it in that spot like that." But you've been putting that wig on like that. But I called up people though.
You called up people.
And did since when I've been saying to call the people.
She called the people. She call you back?
Yeah, I called her. I called her stylist. I did.
Not the stylist. Oh Lord.
And I sent her some pictures and some clips and some things that she could do. Y'all know I'm extra. Y'all know I'm extra.
But we appreciate you though. Nah, we appreciate you.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna be watching this weekend.
Y'all know
I'm
extra.
If she has on braids this weekend, we know she changed it up. If she has on braids this weekend,
y'all know I'm extra. Just like
on that note,
just like I called the NFL about Jim Irsay, the coach thing. What y'all doing about it? Because this is third or fourth time, huh? Okay,
they ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, hey, he almost checked out, didn't he?
Right, that's what I said.
Sure did.
Yeah, he almost checked out this time.
What y'all gonna do about it? Because it's like his third or the fourth time, right? Oh, okay. Well, let
he like Molly, I see, huh? He like Molly, huh? That boy, ooh, he's
on them perks.
Yeah, he on perks and opioids. But I had called and asked them what they was gonna do about it because it's been like his third or fourth time. I called.
What they say? What they tell you?
Out their headquarters.
They probably said we can't talk about that.
No, they said that they working on it. Working on what?
Yeah, right. Just like the officials with the bad calls.
Good night, Tangela. We appreciate you staying on with us. I know we kind of got off the train track a little bit.
L's in the building. It's all good. Hey, at least we ain't go full Cat Williams.
Man.
But let me know when y'all want to, so I can sit on the couch. Let me know when y'all want to, so I can sit on the couch and tell y'all about everybody that want to do what we do and how they take our shows. Let me know.
Yeah,
You know what the wildest part about all that is?
We can do that in a couple of weeks.
We see that too.
But I ain't gonna be scared to name drop now.
We
You
see it a
know what
lot.
the wildest part about all that stuff is, Nikki?
Mm-hmm.
The wildest part is nobody has come out and said he's wrong.
Exactly. That's what I was telling everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. They
Not one
responded. They
person.
responded to it, but they never said he was wrong.
He's out of pocket. He's doing too much.
He never
But the
said
one thing
he
you
was
haven't
wrong.
heard is he's wrong. That's crazy.
I did forgot to say that. I forgot to say that I was supposed to been doing the show with Nikki yesterday. I was supposed to have been in Dallas yesterday, and my plans got canceled because of the snow. So
You was gonna be here in Dallas?
yeah, I was gonna be in Dallas yesterday. I was gonna surprise you. My next statement, I don't want nobody to take this next statement wrong, but I was gonna say, Nikki, come on down to the Hampton Inn on Los Palos Avenue so we can do the show.
Las Colinas?
Yeah, Las Colinas. But I'll be there March the 11th through the 15th. So I had to reschedule my trip to come to there. So
that'd been cool.
That'd be real cool for us to do it live together. Yeah. But y'all, next year, y'all, we keep saying it, we keep talking about it, but we really, really need to pick a mutual place to meet.
Atlanta.
And do a game.
Atlanta.
When's Atlanta game? When's Atlanta game?
said mutual,
What's the date of that?
We don't know. We don't know when it's gonna be. We don't know.
Atlanta is in the middle for everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
Except for me, I'm already here.
Atlanta's in the middle for everybody.
Except for Boogie. Right.
Now I can get on a plane from Newark
I don't know
down
where
there quick.
Mr. Cowboy lives, so
yeah, we just need to pick some spots so we can all come together and do a show.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody.
I think Atlanta's about an 8-hour drive for me.
So yeah, we just
need
to figure that out.
From Tampa, it's an 8-hour drive.
So yeah, we need to do that somewhere. We just need to come together and do a show together, all together. You know,
so we'll get together next week, and it might not be as long as a show as we've been having, but we'll probably get together next week and talk about the
talk about the other games. But real quick, let's do game picks real quick. Game picks.
Ooh,
y'all got them up?
I hadn't even thought about it.
Yeah, since we're not even in that, man, please.
I know I forgot too, but I still just want to kind of see. Yeah, let's just do game picks real quick.
Oh, the Ravens. That's right. The Ravens playing.
You got
the Ravens.
So you got the first game on Saturday is Houston at Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I got Baltimore.
It's gonna be close. It's gonna Baltimore's gonna win, but it's gonna be close.
All right, I got Baltimore because they're playing at home. Baltimore
9-point favorites at home.
All right.
Baltimore.
I got Baltimore. You got Green Bay at San Francisco.
I got Green Bay to upset.
Ooh. San Francisco 9-point favorites at home.
I got Green Bay to upset.
I think San Fran gonna run the ball like we should have.
Yeah.
And they're gonna pass the ball too, though.
I ain't gonna be able to pass it too, but I'm gonna still go with the upset.
I want to see the injuries to San Fran.
Everybody's healthy, though. I think everybody's healthy.
Yeah, I think San Fran relatively healthy.
Everybody's healthy.
Today.
Yeah, they ready.
Yeah.
They ready. They ready, but I'm gonna still go with the upset.
They had 3 weeks off almost.
Packers,
and that's
Packers
normally not good. Most of the teams that take those breaks off like that, they come back very, very sluggish and not in sync. You can catch them slipping.
So Packers are 11-7 against the spread this season. 49ers are 9-8 against the spread this season.
I'm gonna go with Packers. I'm gonna stick with my Packers. I might be wrong.
You know what? Just because I like chaos, I'm gonna ride with Nikki on this.
Yeah, I'm going with San Fran.
Yeah, I'm
going San Fran.
You don't ride with somebody better ride with me.
I'm gonna take the 49ers on that one.
I'm about to say.
Only because Shanahan is going to have the perfect game plan for them, something that we didn't do. Yeah. So,
I mean, Shanahan is good at that too, but Matt LaFleur is pretty good with mixing it up too.
I don't think he's ever beat San Francisco in the playoffs though. Every time they play, he loses. So
yeah, that's true. Well, I'm gonna still go with the underdog.
All right, so you got, and believe it or not, this Tampa Bay Detroit. Guess how much the lowest ticket at this game is?
What?
$200.
$492. That's the
What?
lowest
Makes
ticket
sense.
price.
That's the lowest ticket.
That's the
Makes
lowest.
sense.
Yo,
Tickets
Tubi
as low
Lions,
as
boy.
$492.
Wow.
That
The
makes sense.
nerve.
Got nerve of them.
The
Got
nerve of them.
nerve.
I will say Ford Field has something there that is pretty fantastic, right? I went there week 18, like 2-3 years ago, and I sat like 10 rows up from the field, 50-yard line or whatever. But they have a thing where you can order drinks from your seat and never have to get up. Just put it in an app, say, send me another beverage, please, sir. And they bring it right to you. And I was like, oh. I was pissy by halftime.
So those tickets are high because this is the first time that they've hosted a game like
Hosted
this.
a game in years,
The
yeah.
tickets
Like
are
the home
tickets
playoff game
run
in
from
30
between
years.
$485 to $3,470.
Okay, well, Dallas tickets was way higher than that.
Damn.
Okay.
But we talking about Detroit.
Oh yeah, I need to get it. Okay, Detroit. All right, Detroit. Okay.
They're trying to get that guap.
Next. Who next?
That said, I'm taking Tampa Bay.
Really? You think
Yeah.
who do you trust more? We going back to the trust issues. I mean,
I'm
trust
taking
subject.
Detroit.
Who you trust
I'm
more
taking
though?
Detroit.
It has less to do with trust.
I'm taking Detroit.
I'm taking Detroit.
For me, it has less to do with trust and more to do with the victory hangover.
Okay.
Right? You got to think about it. Detroit has not won a home playoff game in 30 years.
I know.
Right.
They do not know how to handle themselves right now.
Right.
That emotional peak, like you saw fans crying in the stands, right? Like that emotional peak is not always easy to come back from. So,
well, that's the fans though. They ain't the players though. That's the fans though.
Players were crying too.
Yeah, listen, they gonna mollywop Tampa Bay. Watch what I think.
Yeah, I see them beating Tampa Bay. What's the next
I'm
game?
gonna do it.
Kansas City at Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Kansas City.
In Buffalo. This is the first
In
playoff
Buffalo.
game. This is the first playoff game that Patrick Mahomes has played on the road in his career.
Yes. Yes. I'm going with Buffalo for some reason. Buffalo.
They are.
Yeah, I'm going with Buffalo as well. I'm taking Buffalo.
I got to take Buffalo. And the reason why, after we play Buffalo and they changed their OC, they're a different team.
Mm-hmm. They really are.
I'm picking Kansas City because of their defense.
I'm taking Kansas City too because of their defense.
Yeah, I'm taking Kansas City because of the defense.
Oh, it ain't gonna be their offense. That's for damn sure.
If they run the ball though, if they run the ball effectively though, that's the whole
Not
thing
on
is running.
Buffalo.
See, that's the thing. Everybody running game. That's what we're missing. Everybody has a running game but us.
And you know what was crazy at the beginning of the season? What was the discussion about running backs?
They're not valued enough.
Not valued enough.
Exactly.
Not a necessary piece to the puzzle. Like all this
Now
shit.
look.
And then now we see it. Yep.
They need to get paid more money.
All right. Well, that being said.
All right. That being said. Oh, did we pick the Baltimore game?
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I think that was unanimous.
Yep. All right. Well, it was good tonight, everybody.
All right. We will see y'all next week.
Next
And
week.
in the chat.
Yep. Good night.
Good night.
All right. Y'all be safe.